Pumpkin Patch Peril, Brook Ridge Falls Ladies Detective Club, Book 1. Written by Leighann Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Chapter 1. The cup and cake smelled of cinnamon sugar and roasted beans, with an undertone of pumpkin that made Mona's mouth water before she'd even ordered. October had transformed the cozy bakery into an autumn wonderland. Pumpkins of every size lined the windowsills, their orange faces catching the morning light. Strings of paper leaves in brilliant reds and golds dangled over the counter, swaying gently in the warm air from the ovens. A harvest wreath hung on the door, and someone had scattered acorns and pine cones along the display cases. Mona Baker stood inside the entrance, breathing in the familiar comfort of her granddaughter's bakery. Behind her, Ruth clutched her oversized purse like a shield against the autumn chill, while Ida practically bounced with excitement at the seasonal pastries lined up in the glass cases. Helen brought up the rear, already eyeing the corner table they'd claimed as their own years ago. "Oh, good. Our spot's free," Helen said, making a beeline for the round table by the window. The morning light caught the silver in her hair, making her look distinguished rather than simply old. "Let's see what delights await us today," Helen said, steering the group toward the glass display case that ran along the front counter. The autumn-themed pastries were arranged like edible artwork. Golden pumpkin scones dotted with crystallized ginger, maple pecan muffins crowned with brown sugar crumbles, and apple cider donuts that practically glowed with their cinnamon sugar coating. Behind the counter, Mona's granddaughter, Lexi, looked up from arranging a fresh tray of mini pumpkin pies, her dark hair pulled back in a neat ponytail and flour dusting her apron. At 26, she had her grandmother's warm eyes, but twice the energy, bouncing between customers with the kind of cheerful efficiency that kept the cup and cake running like clockwork. "Well, well," Lexi said, wiping her hands on her apron and giving the quartet a knowing look. "The Ladies' Detective Club is here early today. What are you up to today? Another mystery brewing in Brook Ridge Falls?" Mona's shoulders slumped slightly with disappointment. "Unfortunately, no. We're just here for breakfast." "No missing persons? No stolen jewelry? No mysterious accidents?" Lexi pressed, clearly hopeful for some excitement in her day. "Nothing," Ruth said with a sigh, pointing to a pumpkin scone. "I'll take one of those, please." "It's a bit dull," Helen said, pointing to a pecan pumpkin brownie with maple frosting. "I'm going to eat away my boredom." Ida, who had her face practically pressed against the glass, said, "You can say that again. I'll take a pumpkin bran muffin and an apple cider donut." "2 pastries?" Ruth raised an eyebrow. "Gotta stock up for later," Ida said. Ruth raised her left brow. "I'll have a snickerdoodle." "Cinnamon roll for me," Mona said. Lexi plated their selections, and the four made their way to their usual corner table by the window. Ida suddenly perked up, pulling a small spiral notebook from her oversized purse. The cover was worn from handling, and multicolored tabs stuck out from various pages. "I've been working on something revolutionary." "Uh-oh," Ruth muttered, recognizing the gleam in Ida's eye. "I'm developing a foolproof mathematical system to beat bingo," Ida declared, opening the notebook to reveal pages covered with charts, graphs, and neat columns of numbers. "Look at this frequency analysis. She pointed to a meticulously maintained chart showing each bingo letter and number combination, with tiny tick marks indicating how often each had been called over the past month. "Ida," Helen said gently, "bingo is pure chance. That's the whole point." "Ha!" Ida waved a dismissive hand. "That's what they want you to think, but everything has a pattern if you look hard enough. See here?" She jabbed at a series of numbers. "B7 gets called 23% more often on Tuesday nights than Thursdays. And G52? Haven't heard it in 3 weeks." Ruth leaned over to examine the elaborate charts with the bemused expression of someone watching a friend explain their theory that cats were secretly running the government. "Ida, you realize that past results don't influence future outcomes in games of chance, right?" "Numbers don't lie," Ida said firmly, flipping to another page that showed a complex grid system. "I'm also tracking caller tendencies. Mrs. Henderson always pauses before announcing numbers with 7s in them. Mr. Martinez rolls his R's on numbers ending in 4. These are measurable patterns." Mona was halfway through her cinnamon roll, savoring the sticky sweetness, when she froze mid-bite. The fork hung suspended between plate and mouth. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Ida looked up from her charts, then glanced around the bustling cafe. Customers chatted at nearby tables, and the espresso machine hissed contentedly behind the counter. "Psst." The sound came again, low and urgent, barely audible above the morning bustle. 4 heads swiveled in unison, like elderly meerkats on high alert. Nothing but the familiar murmur of customers, the gentle clack of cups against saucers, and the rhythmic hiss of the espresso machine. "Maybe it was steam from the coffee machine," Helen suggested, though she sounded doubtful. "Psst." Louder this time, more insistent. Ruth's eyebrows shot up. "That's definitely not the coffee machine." Helen's eyes darted under a table, then toward the floor near the counter. "Mouse?" "Don't be ridiculous," Ruth whispered, leaning forward conspiratorially. "A mouse can't psst. They squeak." "Depends on the mouse," Ida said seriously, carefully closing her bingo notebook and tucking it back in her purse. "I once knew a mouse that could whistle Yankee Doodle." The other 3 stared at her. "What? It was a very talented mouse." They craned their necks, scanning the cafe like a surveillance team. Customers sat obliviously at their tables, scrolling through their phones or reading newspapers. Then Mona spotted her. Brenda from Mossberry Farm leaned out from the narrow space between the coffee pot stand and the wall, her face half hidden by a tower of paper cups. Her usually confident demeanor had been replaced by something that looked suspiciously like panic. She jerked her head sharply toward the back hallway, her eyes wide with urgency. "Well, that's suspicious," Mona said, setting down her fork. Ruth followed her gaze and snorted. "You don't know suspicious until you've seen her try to sell zucchini at full price in August. Highway robbery, that's what it was." Brenda motioned again, more frantically this time. Her eyes darted around the cafe as if she expected someone to leap out from behind the cake display. She clearly didn't want anyone else to notice her clandestine gesturing. "She looks terrified," Helen observed. "What do you suppose has gotten into her?" Ida squinted across the cafe. Maybe she finally realized how much she overcharges for those tomatoes. Mona sighed, recognizing the look of someone who needed help and was too proud or too scared to ask for it properly. She pushed back her chair with the resignation of someone whose peaceful morning was about to become significantly more complicated. "Hold my cinnamon roll," she announced, dabbing her mouth with a napkin. "If I'm not back in 5 minutes, come looking." "Dibs on her scarf," Ida said to the others, eyeing the soft blue wool draped over Mona's chair. Mona crossed the cafe, weaving between tables of chattering customers who seemed blissfully unaware of the drama unfolding. She slipped into the hallway where Brenda was waiting. "Thank goodness," Brenda whispered, hustling Mona down to the end by the storage closet. The space smelled of coffee beans and cleaning supplies, a cramped refuge from the cafe's cheerful bustle. "Keep your voice down," Brenda hissed, glancing back toward the main room as if expecting eavesdroppers to materialize from thin air. "I haven't said a word yet," Mona pointed out reasonably. Brenda peered back down the hallway, then leaned so close Mona could smell her lavender perfume, mixed with what might have been panic sweat. "I need to hire you." Mona blinked, caught off guard. She'd expected complaints about the coffee, maybe gossip about the upcoming Harvest Festival, possibly even a request for Lexi's chocolate chip cookie recipe. This was not on her list of likely scenarios. "To help with your harvest?" "No." Brenda's voice dropped to barely above a whisper. "To find my pumpkin." "Your what?" "My pumpkin," Brenda repeated, the words coming out like a fierce prayer. 520 pounds gone. Mona studied her carefully. Brenda was usually brisk, confident, bossy as a barn cat with opinions about everything from weather patterns to proper soil pH. She ran Mossberry Farm with military precision and had never been seen to back down from an argument about farming methods. Now her hands shook and her usually perfect ponytail had come loose, wisps of graying brown hair framing her face. "Who steals a pumpkin?" Mona asked, genuinely bewildered. "I mean, you can buy them anywhere this time of year, and they don't cost much." "Not like this one," Brenda said urgently. "I've been nurturing it all season, Mona. Custom fertilizer, hand-watering. It was going to be my entry in the giant pumpkin competition at the Harvest Festival. And now it's just gone?" "Vanished. Sometime between Sunday night and Monday morning. I had it in the barn for safekeeping. Someone took it on purpose." Brenda's voice cracked slightly. "The Harvest Festival's in 4 days. If word gets out that my entry's missing, I'll be the laughingstock of Brook Ridge Falls. Do you know how many people I've told about that pumpkin? How many times I've bragged about keeping my winner's title?" Mona folded her arms, her investigative instincts starting to kick in despite the unusual nature of the case. "So you want us to keep it quiet, track it down, and deliver it back in time for judging?" "Yes," Brenda said, relief flooding her voice at Mona's understanding. "I'll pay whatever your fee is. I know you ladies have solved real mysteries before, murders and such. This might seem small compared to that, but—" "A crime is a crime," Mona interrupted. "And pride is a powerful motive for all sorts of mischief." She tapped her chin, stalling while she absorbed this unexpected turn. She'd solved murders, certainly. Thefts, fraud, and at least one memorable case involving a missing ferret that turned out to be living in the church organ. But produce theft was a new one, even for the Brook Ridge Falls Ladies' Detective Club. "Do you have any enemies?" Mona asked. "Anyone with a grudge against you or your farming practices?" Brenda's laugh was bitter. "Half the vendors at the farmer's market think I'm too competitive. The other half think I'm too picky about quality. And don't get me started on Gertrude Hartwell. She's practically foaming at the mouth to take the pumpkin contest win from me." From the cafe, Ida's voice carried clearly. "Mona, your cinnamon roll's getting cold, and I'm not responsible for what happens to unattended pastry." Mona grimaced. "Step 1 of the investigation, guard my pastry from Ida. Step 2, find your pumpkin." She paused, studying Brenda's desperate expression. "All right, we'll take the case. We'll need to check out your barn, of course. I'll leave it open for you. We'll be by later tonight, and if anyone asks, we're just 4 ladies enjoying our seasonal treats and taking a nice autumn drive to admire the foliage." Brenda squeezed her hand, eyes shining with relief and gratitude. "Thank you. Just please be careful. I may be paranoid, but I have the feeling whoever took it could be dangerous." Mona returned to the table, noting how 3 sets of eyes tracked her progress across the cafe. The others had clearly been speculating about her mysterious conference, probably inventing increasingly elaborate theories. "Well?" Ruth demanded before Mona had even settled into her chair. "Don't keep us in suspense." "She's missing something," Mona said, sitting down and immediately checking her cinnamon roll for signs of Ida interference. "Her manners?" Helen guessed. "Her mind," Ida suggested hopefully, "because that would explain the zucchini pricing." Mona shook her head and then leaned in and whispered, "Her pumpkin." They blinked at her in unison. 520 pounds, Mona added for clarification. Ida whistled low, a sound of genuine appreciation. "That's a lot of pie. Or soup. You could probably make enough pumpkin bread to feed the entire retirement center." Ruth leaned forward, her practical mind already working. "Who steals a pumpkin that size? You'd need a truck, maybe a crane. It's not exactly a crime of opportunity." "Someone who didn't want Brenda to win the giant pumpkin competition at the Harvest Festival," Mona said. "And I already have our first suspect." Chapter 2. The cup and cake's door chimed behind them as the 4 ladies emerged into the crisp October air, Mona clutching a white bakery box tied with a cheerful orange ribbon. The box contained what Ida had deemed investigation fuel, an assortment of apple cider donuts, pumpkin muffins, and enough cinnamon rolls to keep them sharp through whatever the day might bring. "Now, where did I park?" Ruth muttered, fumbling in her oversized purse for her keys. The familiar jingle of metal was accompanied by the rustle of napkins, the crinkle of hard candy wrappers, and what sounded suspiciously like a set of measuring spoons. Helen pointed toward the corner. "Over there, next to that lovely flower bed." They approached Ruth's vintage blue Oldsmobile, which sat like a gentle giant among the smaller cars. The vehicle had character. chrome bumpers that could double as small benches, tail fins that belonged in a museum, and a light blue paint job. "Oh," Ruth said, her voice climbing an octave. "Oh, dear." The lovely flower bed Helen had mentioned was now significantly less lovely. What had once been a neat row of late-blooming mums and ornamental kale now looked like a botanical crime scene. Orange and purple petals were scattered across the sidewalk, and several plants lay flattened beneath the Oldsmobile's considerable white wall rear tire. "Murderer!" The accusation rang out across the street with the force of a battle cry. A woman with a long brown braid and the posture of someone prepared to take on the world came marching toward them, clipboard in one hand and a pen in the other. She wore a hemp jacket decorated with embroidered sunflowers and what appeared to be genuine disapproval. "Murderer of innocent pollinators," Laura Jenkins declared, jabbing her pen toward the devastated flower bed. "Look what you've done to these poor chrysanthemums. Do you know how many bees depend on late-season blooms for survival?" Ruth took a step back, nearly bumping into Ida, who was looking into the bakery bag, focused on the contents of the bakery box. "I'm sure they were very nice bees," Ruth said weakly. "Nice?" Laura's eyes blazed with environmental fervor. "They're essential. Without pollinators, our entire ecosystem collapses. And here you are, rolling over their food source like some kind of gas-guzzling destroyer of nature." Mona cleared her throat diplomatically. "I'm sure Ruth didn't mean to harm any bees or flowers. It was an accident." "Accidents happen when people don't consider their impact on the environment," Laura announced, her voice carrying the weight of someone who'd given this speech many times before. "Which brings me to my mission." She held up her clipboard with the fervor of a crusader displaying a holy relic. "I'm collecting signatures to ban the use of harmful pesticides in our community, specifically at Mossberry Farm." The four ladies exchanged glances that could have powered a small telecommunications network. "Brenda's farm?" Helen asked, her journalistic instincts perking up like a cat hearing a can opener. "Exactly." Laura's enthusiasm ratcheted up another notch. "She's been poisoning our local ecosystem for years with her so-called family farming methods. Those chemicals don't just stay on her property. They run off into our groundwater. They drift on the wind. They kill beneficial insects by the thousands." Ruth shifted uncomfortably. Whether from the environmental lecture or the proximity to her parking disaster, it was hard to tell. "I had no idea." "Most people don't," Laura said, her tone softening slightly at Ruth's apparent interest. "That's why education is so important. And action." She waved the clipboard again. "I already have dozens of signatures, including the biggest one from Tom Knowles. He owns the farm right next to Brenda's. He's been dealing with runoff from her pesticide applications for years. Terrible stuff, seeping onto his organic land." Ida looked up from the bakery box, a crumb of cinnamon roll clinging to her lower lip. "Tom Knowles, you said?" "That's right. Lovely man. Very environmentally conscious. He signed my petition in letters so big you could read them from space." Laura beamed with the satisfaction of someone who'd scored a major victory. "He said he was sick and tired of Brenda's chemicals contaminating his property." "Well," Mona said carefully, "it sounds like you're doing important work." "I am." Laura clutched her clipboard to her chest. "And I won't stop until every toxic farm in this county changes its ways. Speaking of which," her eyes swept the small group with the calculating gaze of someone sizing up potential converts, "would any of you ladies like to sign?" There was a moment of silence that stretched like taffy. Ruth studied her shoes. Helen examined the sky with sudden interest. Mona found herself fascinated by the bakery box's orange ribbon. Ida, however, perked up with sudden inspiration. She had been checking the time on her phone and suddenly looked up with excitement. "You know who would absolutely love to sign that petition?" "Who?" Laura leaned forward eagerly. "Beatrice Oswald." Ida pointed across the street to a small yellow house with an immaculate garden and lace curtains in the windows. "She lives right over there. Biggest environmentalist you've ever seen. Composts everything, grows all her own vegetables, probably talks to her plants." Laura's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. "Really?" "Oh, yes." Ida nodded solemnly, tucking her phone back into her purse alongside her small spiral notebook filled with bingo charts. "She'd probably want to make a donation to your cause, too. Very passionate about bee things." "Wonderful." Laura clutched her clipboard and pen with renewed purpose. "Thank you so much for the tip. I'll go speak with her right now." They watched as Laura marched across the street with the determination of someone on a holy mission, her hemp jacket flapping in the autumn breeze. "Ida," Helen said slowly once Laura was out of earshot, "didn't Beatrice Oswald get into that huge argument with you last month about the retirement center's landscaping choices?" "She certainly did," Ida said cheerfully, wiping cinnamon sugar from her fingers with one of Lexi's napkins. "She wanted to plant perennials in front of the annuals. Woman has no idea about plants." "And you think she's actually the environmental type?" Ruth asked, though she was already pulling her car keys out with obvious relief at the change of subject. "No," Ida said matter-of-factly. "But I figured Laura could use the exercise walking over there, and Beatrice could use the interruption. Woman spends too much time peeking through those lace curtains anyway." She glanced at her phone again. "Besides, we need to get moving. Bingo is tomorrow night, and I want to test out some new frequency calculations I've been working on." "More bingo strategy?" Ruth asked with amusement. "It's not strategy, it's science," Ida said firmly, patting her purse where her notebook rested. "I've been tracking caller patterns for weeks now, and I think I've identified some statistical advantages." Mona shook her head, though she was fighting a smile. "Ida." "What? I got rid of the bee lady, didn't I? And now we know about Tom Knowles' problems with Brenda's runoff." Ida looked pleased with herself. "Two birds, one stone, or in this case, two suspects, one environmental activist." "Two suspects?" Helen asked. "Laura Jenkins and Tom Knowles," Ida counted on her fingers. "Both with grudges against Brenda. Both with access to information about her farming practices." She paused thoughtfully. "Though, I have to say, Laura doesn't look strong enough to move a pumpkin that weighs more than she does." Ruth finally managed to unlock the Oldsmobile and opened the driver's door, which creaked like the soundtrack to a horror movie. "Well, we'd better get back to your place, Mona. Sounds like we've got more suspects than we thought." Chapter 3 the Brook Ridge Falls Retirement Center buzzed with its usual mid-morning activity as the four ladies made their way down the carpeted hallway. Somewhere behind closed doors, a television game show blared at maximum volume, while the faint aroma of overcooked vegetables drifted from the communal kitchen. "Hold the elevator," Ruth called, moving with surprising speed for someone who'd just committed vehicular flower slaughter. Ida shoved her arm into the door to prevent it from closing. "Got it. And I've still got the pastry box, so nobody panic." The elevator ride to the third floor was mercifully brief, though Mona noticed Helen examining her reflection in the polished metal doors with the critical eye of someone who'd spent decades in front of newspaper cameras. "My hair looks like I've been through a wind tunnel," Helen muttered, patting at her silver waves. "That's what happens when you ride in Ruth's car with the windows down," Ida pointed out cheerfully. "Good thing we didn't hit any actual wind." Mona's apartment welcomed them with the familiar comfort of floral wallpaper over stuffed furniture and the lingering scent of the vanilla candles she favored. The mahogany dining table dominated the center of the room, its polished surface reflecting the morning light streaming through lace curtains. "Right," Mona announced, heading straight for the kitchen. "First things first, coffee. Ruth, you get the whiteboard from the spare room, Helen the good china for the pastries, Ida." "I'll supervise," Ida said, settling herself at the mahogany table and immediately opening the bakery box. "Someone needs to make sure these don't go stale while you're all busy." She pulled out her small spiral notebook and spread it beside the pastry box, flipping to a fresh page covered with more bingo charts. "And I can work on my frequency analysis while I supervise." "Try to leave some for the rest of us," Helen called from the kitchen, where she was retrieving Mona's delicate china teacups, the ones with tiny roses that had been a wedding gift 47 years ago. Ruth disappeared into the spare room, and the sounds of furniture being moved suggested she was wresting the whiteboard from its storage spot behind the guest bed. The whiteboard had been Mona's investment in their detective work, a 6-foot-wide mobile unit with markers, erasers, and enough surface area to organize the most complex case. "Got it." Ruth emerged backwards through the doorway, pulling the whiteboard on its wheeled stand. The thing had character. A few permanent stains from previous cases, wheels that squeaked like mice in distress, and a surface that had seen everything from murder investigations to Ida's attempts at solving crossword puzzles in permanent marker. The coffee maker gurgled to life in the kitchen, filling the apartment with the rich aroma that signaled serious business was about to begin. Mona returned with a steaming pot, and Helen arranged the delicate teacups around the mahogany table, each one a work of art with hand-painted roses and gold-rimmed edges that caught the light. Meanwhile, Ida had arranged her bingo notebook alongside the investigation materials, muttering about caller tendencies and optimal card positioning, while making neat tick marks in her charts. "All right, ladies," Mona said, positioning herself in front of the whiteboard with a red marker in hand. "Let's see what we've got so far." She drew 3 columns across the top of the board in neat block letters: suspects, motives, and clues. "First suspect," she announced, writing Laura Jenkins in the left column. "Environmental activist with a grudge against Brenda's pesticide use. And she's got the arms of a scarecrow," Ida added around a mouthful of apple cider donut. "No way she could move a 500-pound pumpkin by herself." "Maybe she had help," Helen suggested, carefully lifting her delicate teacup. Environmental groups stick together and can be very enthusiastic about their causes. Mona wrote pesticide opposition under motives and physically unlikely under clues. Second suspect, Tom Knowles, the neighboring farmer. Pesticide runoff affecting his organic operation. Now, there's someone with the equipment to move a giant pumpkin, Ruth observed, consulting her iPad while balancing her rose-painted teacup. I'm looking up his farm now. Knowles Organic Produce, established 1987, specializes in heirloom vegetables and chemical-free farming methods. Motive and means, Mona said, adding Tom's information to the board. What about opportunity? Neighboring farm means he'd know Brenda's routines, Helen pointed out. When she's home, when she's not, where she keeps her prize pumpkin. Third suspect, Mona continued. Gertrude Hartwell. She's trying to break Brenda's 5-year winning streak. Now that's a motive I can understand, Ida said, reaching for a pumpkin muffin. Nobody likes being the eternal runner-up. I once knew a woman who cheated at bingo for 3 months straight, rather than keep coming in second. What happened to her? Helen asked. They caught her marking cards with a special pen. Banned her from the community center for 6 months. Ida shook her head sadly. Never was the same after that. Started playing the lottery instead, convinced herself that it was less risky. Ruth looked up from her iPad. According to this, Brenda Mossberry has won the giant pumpkin competition 5 years running, with pumpkins weighing between 400 and 800 pounds. Gertrude comes in second place almost every year. Meaning, if Brenda's out of the competition, Gertrude finally gets her chance to win, Mona concluded, adding Gertrude's information to the board. Hold on, Helen said, setting down her delicate teacup with a thoughtful expression. Shouldn't we check whether the police know about this theft? I mean, if someone stole a 500-pound pumpkin, surely Brenda would have filed a report. Mona paused with her marker halfway to the board. Good point. Let's call Lexi and see if Jack's heard anything. She retrieved her phone from the kitchen counter and tapped Lexi's contact, putting it on speaker so everyone could hear. Hi, Nance. Lexi's voice came through clearly, accompanied by the background sounds of the busy bakery. How did the pastries work out? Great, and we're working on a little case, Mona said. Has Jack mentioned anything about a theft report, specifically a very large pumpkin stolen from Mossberry Farm? There was a pause, followed by what sounded like Lexi talking to someone else, probably Cassie, her assistant. Sorry, I was just checking with Cassie to see if anyone's been talking about it. Nothing here, and I haven't heard a word from Jack. But he works homicide, Nance. A missing pumpkin wouldn't cross his desk unless someone got murdered over it. Ida perked up. Well, the day is young. Ida, Helen scolded. What? I'm just saying people get passionate about competitions. Remember the Great Pie incident of 2019? No one died in the Great Pie incident, Ruth pointed out. No, but Martha Cookwell came close when she found out someone switched her sugar for salt. Ladies, Mona interrupted before the conversation could spiral into a complete recounting of Brook Ridge Falls' competitive baking disasters. Lexi, if you hear anything from Jack, let us know. Of course. And, Nance, be careful. I know you're probably just helping someone find their missing pumpkin, but... But what? I don't know. It just seems like such an odd thing to steal. Unless there's more to this than meets the eye. After they'd hung up, the four ladies sat in contemplative silence for a moment, sipping their coffee from the delicate rose-painted teacups and studying the whiteboard. No police report, Ruth mused. Either Brenda hasn't filed one, or she filed it somewhere Jack wouldn't hear about it. Maybe she doesn't trust the police to take a pumpkin theft seriously, Helen suggested. Or maybe, Ida said slowly, finally looking up from her bingo charts, she has her own reasons for keeping this quiet. Mona capped her marker and stepped back from the whiteboard. Only one way to find out. Brenda said we could inspect the barn any time, and I'd say now is as good a time as any. Road trip, Ida announced, carefully rewrapping half a cinnamon roll in a napkin and tucking it into her purse alongside her bingo notebook. But maybe Ruth should practice parking before we get there. My parking is perfectly adequate, Ruth said with wounded dignity. Those flowers were practically asking to be run over, sitting so close to the curb like that. They were planted there, Ruth, Helen pointed out gently. Well, they should have been planted somewhere safer. Mona gathered her purse, cutting off the parking debate before it could escalate. Come on, ladies. Let's go see what story the crime scene tells us. Chapter 4. Ruth's Oldsmobile rumbled down the winding country road like a gentle giant navigating a maze designed for smaller creatures. The autumn afternoon had settled into that perfect October sweetness, crisp air carrying the scent of wood smoke and dying leaves, golden sunlight slanting through bare branches, and the kind of blue sky that made even the most dedicated indoors person want to take a walk. Turn left at the red mailbox, Mona instructed, consulting the directions Brenda had scribbled on a napkin. Should be just past the stone wall. That red mailbox? Ruth asked, pointing to a structure that had clearly seen better decades. The mailbox listed to one side like a tired old man, its red paint faded to the color of dried roses, and what appeared to be bullet holes decorating its surface. Rural decoration, Helen observed diplomatically. Very authentic. Looks like someone's been using it for target practice, Ida said, pressing her face to the window. Good thing the mail carrier's got decent reflexes. They turned onto a gravel driveway that crunched under the Oldsmobile's tires, announcing their arrival to every creature within a quarter-mile. Mossberry Farm spread before them like a postcard from a more innocent era. If that postcard had been left in someone's pocket and run through the washing machine a few times. The farmhouse sat at the end of the drive, a two-story white-clapboard structure with green shutters and a wraparound porch that had clearly been added as an afterthought. The porch sagged slightly on one end, giving the house a jaunty, lopsided charm. Flower boxes under the windows overflowed with late-season mums and ornamental kale, their orange and purple blooms a defiant splash of color against the weathered siding. No car in the driveway, Ruth observed, parking next to a rusty farm gate. Looks like Brenda's not home. Perfect, Mona said, gathering her purse. She said we could inspect the barn any time, and I'd rather do it without her hovering over us asking if we've found anything yet. The farmyard stretched beyond the house in a patchwork of well-worn earth, scattered hay, and the kind of organized chaos that comes from decades of practical use. A red barn dominated the landscape, its paint faded but solid, with a gambrel roof and white trim around the massive double doors. Weather vanes and lightning rods crowned the structure like a rustic tiara. To the right of the barn, a chicken coop buzzed with activity. 24 Rhode Island Reds pecked and scratched in their enclosed run, occasionally erupting into brief squabbles over choice bits of whatever chickens found irresistible. Their russet feathers gleamed in the late afternoon sun, and their beady eyes tracked the approaching visitors with the calculating gaze of creatures who'd learned that humans sometimes carried treats. "Oh, how lovely," Helen said, approaching the chicken wire fence. "I had chickens when I was a little girl, friendliest creatures you could imagine." She reached through the wire to pet one of the hens, which immediately took offense at this presumption and launched into a flurry of indignant squawking. The sound triggered a chain reaction. 23 other chickens decided this was clearly an emergency requiring their immediate and vocal participation. "Friendly," Ruth said dryly, backing away from the fence as the entire flock converged on Helen's general location. "Very friendly." "They just need to get to know me," Helen insisted, though she withdrew her hand with considerably more speed than she'd extended it. The chickens had reached full battle station now, heads thrust forward, wings partially spread in what could only be described as aggressive posturing. "I think they know you just fine," Ida said, pulling a wrapped cinnamon roll from her purse. "Maybe this will calm them down." "Don't feed the—" Mona started, but it was too late. Ida tossed a piece of cinnamon roll through the wire, and the effect was immediate and catastrophic. The chickens abandoned all pretense of civilized pecking order and descended into what could only be called a poultry riot. Feathers flew, beaks clashed, and the volume of squawking reached levels that probably violated several noise ordinances. "Run for the barn!" Ruth shouted, though the chickens were safely contained behind their fence and posed no actual threat to anyone taller than 18 inches. They hurried across the farmyard, Ida looking back at the chicken chaos with what appeared to be scientific interest. "I had no idea chickens were so competitive. That's valuable information for future reference." "Let's hope there is no future reference," Mona muttered, approaching the barn's weathered double doors. The barn doors stood slightly ajar, just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. The gap revealed tantalizing glimpses of the dim interior, the golden gleam of hay bales, the metallic glint of tools, and shadows that could hide anything from farm equipment to giant pumpkins. "Well," Helen said, brushing a chicken feather from her jacket, "this is it, the scene of the crime." The barn enveloped them in the timeless scent of hay, old wood, and motor oil, a combination that spoke of honest work and practical living. The interior was a testament to decades of agricultural life. Hay bales stacked to the rafters created golden walls and cozy alcoves. Farm tools hung from pegs along the walls, rakes, hoes, pitchforks, and implements whose purposes were mysterious to anyone who'd never worked a farm. A red tractor squatted in one corner like a sleeping giant, its paint worn smooth by countless hours of field work. "Big space," Ida observed, her voice echoing slightly in the high-ceilinged barn. "You could hide a 500-pound pumpkin just about anywhere in here." "Or several 500-pound pumpkins," Helen added, already exploring the shadowy recesses behind the hay bales. Ruth pointed at the floor. "Look here, scuff marks in the dirt. Something heavy was definitely moved recently." The marks were clear even in the dim light. Deep gouges in the packed earth, the kind left by something substantial being dragged or rolled across the floor. The trail led from a clear area near the back wall toward the main doors. "This must be where the pumpkin was stored," Mona said, examining the empty space. Ida was poking around a collection of wheelbarrows and garden tools, her natural curiosity overriding any concerns about disturbing potential evidence. "Hey, what's this?" She held up a small silver object, barely visible between her thumb and forefinger. "Found it stuck in the hay behind this wheelbarrow." The others gathered around as Ida extended her palm. Nestled against her weathered skin was a tiny silver charm, a delicate wing, no bigger than a thumbnail, with intricate feathering etched into the metal. A small loop at the top suggested it had once been part of a bracelet or necklace. "A wing," Helen said softly, recognizing the design. "Very pretty workmanship." "Expensive, too, by the look of it," Ruth observed, holding her phone's light closer to examine the charm. "That's real silver, not plate. See how it's tarnished?" "Could belong to Brenda," Mona suggested, though she was already thinking about their suspects. Did any of them seem like the jewelry-wearing type? "Could belong to anyone," Ida pointed out pragmatically. "Farmers have visitors, feed salesmen, veterinarians, neighbors borrowing tools." "Or thieves," Helen added quietly. The barn fell silent, except for the distant squawking of chickens, who had apparently moved on to new grievances. A lone beam of sunlight came through the barn door, creating longer shadows and deeper pockets of darkness among the hay bales. "We should look around more systematically," Mona decided, pocketing the silver charm. "If someone were in here to steal a pumpkin, they might have left other evidence." They spread out through the barn, each taking a section to examine. Ruth focused on the area around the tractor, looking for signs of recent use. Helen investigated the tool wall, checking for missing implements that might have been used in a theft. Ida naturally gravitated toward a pile of burlap sacks that might have contained treats. Mona worked her way toward the back of the barn, where the deepest shadows gathered between towering stacks of hay bales. The air was cooler here, and dust hung heavy in the still atmosphere. Her footsteps sounded unnaturally loud on the packed earth floor. She was examining what appeared to be drag marks near the rear wall when she heard it. A faint sound that didn't belong in the peaceful rural setting. "Wait," she said softly, freezing in place. "Did you hear that?" The others stopped their searching and listened. For a moment the only sounds were the distant chickens and the gentle creaking of the old barn, settling in the afternoon heat. "What?" Ruth whispered. "I thought I heard." Mona tilted her head, straining to catch whatever sound had caught her attention. "Shh," Helen breathed, holding up one finger. They stood motionless in the golden-lit barn, 4 elderly women surrounded by hay bales and farm tools, listening with the intensity of prey animals sensing a predator. Then they heard it. Scratch, scratch. The sound was faint but deliberate, not the random skittering of mice or the settling of old wood. This was purposeful, rhythmic, like someone or something moving carefully across a wooden surface. Scratch, scratch, came the sound again, closer now. The four ladies instinctively moved toward each other, creating a tight cluster behind a large hay bale. Ruth clutched her phone so tightly her knuckles showed white. Mona peered around the edge of the hay bale, trying to locate the source of the sound. The scratching seemed to be coming from somewhere above them, the hayloft, perhaps, or... Slam! The massive barn doors crashed shut, with the finality of a coffin lid closing. The shaft of sunlight that had been their main source of illumination vanished, plunging them into near-complete darkness. The scratching stopped. In the sudden, absolute silence that followed, 4 hearts beat loud enough to power a small farm. They were trapped. Chapter 5. The darkness inside the barn was absolute. The kind of thick, suffocating blackness that made you question whether your eyes were actually open. 4 elderly women stood frozen like statues, afraid to move lest they walk into a pitchfork or tumble over a wheelbarrow. "Well," Ida whispered into the void, "this is cozy." "Don't move," Ruth hissed. "There are sharp things everywhere in here." "I can't see my hand in front of my face," Helen added, though nobody could verify this claim since nobody could see anything at all. Mona took a tentative step forward and immediately collided with what felt like a hay bale. "Oof! This is ridiculous. We're 4 grown women, not cave explorers. Technically, we're 4 grown women trapped in a barn like characters in a bad horror movie," Ida pointed out helpfully. "All we need now is ominous music and someone with a chainsaw. That's not helping, Ida." They shuffled around in the darkness for several minutes, bumping into each other and various farm implements. Ruth managed to walk face first into a hanging rake, which swung back and nearly took out Helen. Ida stepped on something that squeaked. Whether it was alive or just a rusty hinge, nobody wanted to investigate further. "Wait a minute," Helen said suddenly, her voice brightening with the tone of someone who just remembered something important. "We have phones." "Phones?" Mona asked blankly. "Flashlight apps. We all have flashlight apps." There was a moment of profound silence as this revolutionary concept sank in. "Oh, for crying out loud," Ruth muttered. "Sometimes I think we really are as addled as people assume." The sound of fumbling ensued as 4 elderly women attempted to locate their phones in the darkness. Purses were rustled, pockets were patted, and several creative words were muttered under various breaths. "Got it," Ida announced triumphantly. A brilliant white light suddenly blazed to life, temporarily blinding everyone in the immediate vicinity. "Ma!" Helen shrieked, throwing her hands up to shield her eyes. "Point it down." "Sorry." Ida swung the phone wildly, creating a strobe effect that would have been impressive at a nightclub, but was considerably less helpful in a barn full of sharp objects. "Not in my face," Ruth protested, stumbling backward into a wheelbarrow. 3 more lights flicked on in rapid succession, creating a chaotic light show as each woman tried to orient herself while simultaneously being blinded by everyone else's phones. "This is like a very confused disco," Helen observed, squinting against the glare. "Point them all down at the ground," Mona instructed, taking charge of the situation with the authority of someone who'd organized church potlucks for 40 years. They managed to coordinate their flashlights into something resembling useful illumination, casting 4 overlapping circles of light on the dirt floor. The barn looked different in the harsh LED glow, more mysterious, full of deeper shadows and strange angles. "There's the door," Ruth said, pointing her light toward the massive double doors that had so recently sealed their fate. They made their way carefully across the barn, stepping over tools and around hay bales like a geriatric commando unit. When they reached the doors, Mona put her shoulder against them and pushed. Nothing. "They're stuck," she announced, though this was fairly obvious to everyone. Helen joined her, and together they pushed against the heavy wooden doors. "Something's blocking them from the outside. Or someone," Ida added ominously. Ruth examined the doors with her phone light, looking for a latch or handle on the inside. "No way to open them from in here. These old barn doors were designed to keep livestock in, not to provide convenient escape routes." "Well," Mona said with forced cheerfulness, "this isn't the first time we've been locked in somewhere." "The garden shed," Helen said immediately, "last spring when we were investigating the missing tulip bulbs. And we got out using the contents of our purses," Ruth added, warming to the memory. "Emergency preparedness, that's what Ida called it." "I prefer to think of it as being comprehensively equipped for life's little surprises," Ida said, already rummaging in her oversized patent leather handbag. "Right then," Mona announced, setting her phone down to provide general illumination. "Emergency purse inventory. Let's see what we're working with." They arranged themselves in a circle on the barn floor, their phones providing a circle of light, like a campfire made of technology. One by one, they began emptying their purses with the systematic thoroughness of archaeologists excavating a particularly eccentric civilization. Helen went first, producing items with the commentary of a museum curator. "Reading glasses, magnifying glass for really small print, kazoo, glitter, chalk." "What's the chalk for?" Ruth asked with interest. "In case we need to draw a body outline." Ruth continued the inventory. "Tablet, charging cable, portable battery pack, key to an old motel that went out of business. Don't ask why. Glass doorknob, emergency whistle, and—" she held up a small spray bottle. "Pepper spray." "Pepper spray?" Mona blinked at her friend. "The retirement center offered a self-defense class. I thought it was prudent." Ida's turn produced the most eclectic collection. Hand lotion, throat lozenges, 3 napkins with various pastry remnants, a cinnamon roll from this morning, 2 packets of crackers from the airline. That was from 1987, probably shouldn't eat those. A small flashlight that I forgot I had, spare batteries, a compass, dental floss, safety pins, a rubber doorstop, and— she held up what appeared to be a whoopee cushion. "This." "Ida," Helen said slowly, "why do you have a whoopee cushion in your purse?" Ida shrugged. "You never know when it will come in handy." Mona's collection was more modest but equally revealing. Glue gun, keys, wallet, phone charger, notepad, several pens, and acid tablets, aspirin, band-aids, a small sewing kit, and... She held up a metal object with obvious pride. Multi-tool. Pliers, screwdriver, scissors, can opener, the works. "Between the four of us, we could probably build a small aircraft," Ruth observed, surveying their assembled supplies. "Or at least break out of a barn," Helen added. Ida was already examining the door hinges with her phone light. "These hinges are old but sturdy. If I can work something from Mona's multi-tool in here—" "Wait," Mona said, holding up a hand. "Before we start dismantling farm equipment, maybe we should try the obvious solution." "Which is?" "Calling for help." "Good idea," Helen said brightly, and immediately cupped her hands around her mouth. "Help! We're trapped in here! Somebody help us!" Her voice echoed through the barn with impressive volume for someone her age. "Not that way," Mona said, holding up her phone with a slight smile. "With our phones." "Oh." Helen looked slightly embarrassed. "That makes more sense." Ruth was already scrolling through her contacts. "Should we call 911? Or maybe—" Suddenly, they heard the scraping sound of something heavy being moved away from the doors. Everyone froze, phones in mid-dial. The massive barn doors slowly slid open, revealing a rectangle of afternoon sunlight and a very confused-looking Brenda Mossberry. "What in the world are you ladies doing?" Brenda asked, taking in the scene before her, 4 elderly women sitting in a circle on her barn floor, surrounded by the complete contents of their purses, with enough equipment to outfit a small expedition. "Would you believe we were conducting a very thorough investigation?" Mona offered weakly. "In the dark?" "We encountered some technical difficulties," Helen said diplomatically. Brenda examined the heavy wooden doors more closely. "Why do you have the doors closed?" "We didn't close them. They slammed shut," Ida said. "And they were locked," Ruth added. "It wasn't you closing the door because you didn't know we were in here?" Ruth asked. "No, I just got home and heard someone screaming, so I came down." "That was Helen," Ida said. "The door drop bar was down and we couldn't get the doors open. That could only be done from the outside." Brenda frowned, then her eyes widened. "Someone locked you in on purpose." "But why would someone lock us in?" Ida asked with a puzzled expression. Brenda's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "To keep you from unmasking them, maybe? That's exactly something Gertrude would do, trap potential witnesses so she could cover her tracks. You know, maybe this is getting too dangerous for you all. If someone were willing to lock you in here—" But her words only seemed to steel their resolve. Ida straightened her shoulders. "All the more reason to catch this thief." "Exactly," Mona agreed firmly. "No one traps us and gets away with it." Brenda looked thoughtful as the 4 ladies reassembled their portable survival kits. "Well, if you're determined to continue, who am I to stop you?" As the 4 ladies reassembled their purses, Ruth looked around the barn thoughtfully. "Brenda, how would someone actually move a 500-pound pumpkin out of here? It's not like you can just pick it up." "Well," Brenda said, "I used a tractor with a front loader to get it in here. Only way to handle something that size safely." "So the thief would need a tractor too," Helen said. "Had to. Brenda agreed. But how would someone get a tractor here? Mona asked, stuffing her multi-tool back into her purse. Gertrude's farm is 5 miles away by road. She couldn't just drive it down Main Street at midnight without someone noticing. That's true, Brenda said slowly. If I were going to steal a giant pumpkin, I'd probably trailer the tractor to Mason Road, down near the back 40. Then drive it across the field, nab the pumpkin, and drive back the same way. Much more discreet than taking the main roads. The four ladies exchanged meaningful glances. Mason Road runs along the back of your property? Mona asked. Right along the edge between my property and Noel's. There's an old farm gate back there that I never bother to lock. Easy access to the fields if you know where to look. And, Ruth said slowly, tractor tires would leave tracks in soft ground. Especially after Sunday night's rain, Helen added. The ground would have been perfect for preserving tire impressions. Ida shouldered her purse with the satisfied air of someone whose detective work was paying off. Guess we'd better go look for tractor tracks. Brenda nodded toward the back of her property. Mason Road's about a quarter mile through the field. If someone brought a tractor in that way, we should be able to follow the trail right back to where they parked. Lead the way, Mona said. Ruth, you might want to leave the car here. This sounds like a job for sensible shoes and detective work. As long as we don't get trapped in any more enclosed spaces, Ruth muttered, but she was already pocketing her car keys with the determined air of someone ready to solve a mystery. Chapter 6. The autumn sun was just setting as they trudged across Brenda's back field, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. The four ladies picked their way carefully through the uneven ground, following the clear impressions left by heavy tractor tires in the soft earth. These tracks are as clear as day, Ruth observed, consulting her phone's flashlight as the light began to fade. Someone definitely brought equipment through here. And recently, too, Helen added, crouching to examine the deep grooves. You can see where the treads pressed into the mud from the rain. The trail led them past several patches of pumpkins in various stages of growth. Some were the size of basketballs, their orange shells gleaming in the fading light, while others were still green and small. Ida paused beside a particularly impressive specimen that had to weigh at least 100 pounds. Maybe you have an even bigger one hiding out here, she suggested hopefully, patting the pumpkin like it was a prize-winning pet. Brenda shook her head emphatically. No, that's nowhere near the size of the one I was nurturing. Not even close. Her voice carried the pain of someone discussing a lost child. They continued following the tire tracks as darkness settled over the field like a heavy blanket. One by one, phone flashlights came out, creating bobbing circles of white light that turned their investigation into something resembling a very slow-moving light show. I still don't understand how someone could have driven all the way to your barn without you noticing, Mona said, sweeping her light across the trail. Wouldn't you have heard a tractor? Brenda gestured back toward her farmhouse, which now looked like a distant lighthouse in the gathering darkness. The barn's far from the house, and I sleep with a white noise machine. Doctor's orders after my neighbor got those roosters. I wouldn't hear a marching band if it's set up in my front yard. Convenient for thieves, Ruth muttered. As they approached the back edge of Brenda's property, the tire tracks became even more pronounced in the beams of their flashlights. The ground here was softer, and the impressions were deep enough that Ida could have used them as footrests. "Where exactly is Noel's land?" Ida asked, playing her light across what appeared to be a fence line ahead. "See that barbed wire fence?" Brenda pointed toward a rusty fence that stretched into the darkness in both directions. "That's it. His property runs right along this edge of mine." Mona stopped walking and turned to face Brenda, her expression thoughtful in the phone light. "Do you two get along, you and Tom Knowles?" Brenda was quiet for a moment, considering the question. "Well, not really. He's always complaining about something. My pesticide use, my farming methods, the way I trimmed the hedge between our properties. Last month he accused me of letting my irrigation runoff flood his organic lettuce beds." "And you never considered that it might have been Knowles who took your pumpkin?" Mona asked quietly. The group fell silent except for the distant sound of crickets and the soft whisper of wind through the dry corn stalks in a nearby field. Brenda's face was pale in the glow of 4 phone flashlights. I just assumed it was Gertrude," Brenda admitted. "She's my main competition, after all. She's the one with the most to gain if my pumpkin disappeared." Ruth had been following the tire tracks with her light, and now she looked up with a frown. "These tracks are getting harder to follow. The ground's more solid here, and—" She paused, sweeping her beam back and forth. "They seem to be washing out." They gathered around the spot where Ruth was standing. The tire impressions that had been so clear near the barn were indeed fading as they approached the fence line. The combination of harder soil and several days of weather had blurred the edges until it was impossible to tell exactly where the tracks were heading. "Can you tell if they go toward the road or toward Noel's farm?" Helen asked, crouching down for a closer look. Ruth played her light systematically across the ground, but the evidence was inconclusive. "They could go either way, or both. There might have been multiple trips, or—" "Or what?" Brenda asked. "Or whoever did this was smart enough to cover their tracks," Mona said grimly. "The question is, how well do you really know your neighbor?" Brenda stared across the fence line toward Tom Knowles' property, where a single light glowed in what appeared to be a distant farmhouse window. In the darkness it looked isolated and somehow ominous. "I know he signed that petition Laura Jenkins was circulating," Brenda said slowly. "And I know he's been angry about the pesticide runoff for years. But steal my pumpkin?" She shook her head. "That seems pretty extreme, even for Tom." "Extreme situations call for extreme measures," Ida observed, rewrapping a piece of pumpkin spice scone she'd somehow produced despite the darkness. "And a man who's been fighting chemical contamination for years might see stealing one pumpkin as justifiable revenge. Plus," Ruth added, "he'd have all the right equipment, tractors, trailers, knowledge of the local roads and field access points. And," Helen said quietly, "he'd know your routines better than anyone. When you sleep, when you're away from the farm, and where you keep your prize pumpkin." The implications settled over them like the October chill. What had seemed like a straightforward case of competition theft was looking more complicated by the minute. "So what do we do now?" Brenda asked, her voice smaller than it had been an hour ago. Mona looked back toward the barn, then across the fence toward Tom Knowles' property, then at the washed-out tire tracks that could tell them everything or nothing. The darkness was settling in earnest now, and the temperature was dropping with the sun. "Now," she said, checking her watch, "we call it a day. It's getting too dark to investigate properly, and we need to think through what we've learned." "Plus, I'm starving," Ida announced, as if this was crucial evidence. "All this detective work makes me hungry." Ruth was already turning back toward the farmhouse, her phone light bobbing across the uneven ground. "She's right. We can add Tom Knowles to our suspect list and pay him a visit tomorrow morning, when we can actually see what we're doing." "Good plan," Helen agreed, falling into step beside her. "Fresh eyes and daylight make everything clearer." As they picked their way back across the field, Ida's voice drifted through the darkness. "So where should we go for dinner? Somewhere with good portions. All this outdoor investigating works up an appetite." "How about Murphy's Diner?" Ruth suggested. "They have a pot roast special on Tuesdays." "Ooh, and pie," Helen added. "I could go for a nice slice of apple pie after tramping around in the dirt all afternoon." Mona smiled in the darkness. Tomorrow they'd tackle Tom Knowles and see what their suspicious neighbor had to say. But tonight they'd fuel up for whatever revelations awaited them. Chapter 7. The morning sun streamed through the lace curtains of Mona's apartment as the four ladies gathered once again around the mahogany dining table. The whiteboard stood at attention like a military aide waiting for orders, yesterday's suspect list still visible in red marker. Ida had already arranged a fresh selection of pastries on Mona's good china plates: apple turnovers, blueberry muffins, and what appeared to be enough cinnamon rolls to feed a small army. The coffee pot percolated cheerfully in the kitchen, filling the apartment with the aroma of serious business about to commence. "All right, ladies," Mona said, positioning herself in front of the whiteboard with a fresh marker. "Today's plan of attack." She wrote today's agenda across the top of the board in bold letters, then turned back to face the group. "First priority, Gertrude Hartwell," she announced, writing her name under the agenda. "We need to hear her side of the story and see if she has an alibi." "Oh, I know," Helen said, sitting up straighter in her chair with the excitement of someone who just solved a puzzle. "She's in my book club. I can tell her I'm there on official book club business." "What kind of official business?" Ruth asked suspiciously. "I'll think of something. Emergency book selection, maybe. Or a scheduling conflict with our next meeting." Helen waved her hand dismissively. "Trust me, I've been a journalist long enough to know how to get people talking." "Good plan," Mona said, writing book club cover story next to Gertrude's name. "We'll need to make it convincing." Ida looked up from her apple turnover, a calculating gleam in her eye. "We should bring pastries. Nothing loosens tongues like good baked goods." "That's actually brilliant," Helen agreed. "Gertrude has a terrible sweet tooth. Show up with the right treats, and she'll talk your ear off." "In that case," Mona said, capping her marker, "first stop, the cup and cake. We'll need ammunition." 20 minutes later, they were clustered around the familiar glass display case at Lexi's bakery, studying the morning's selection like generals planning a military campaign. "What do you think would work best on a competitive pumpkin grower?" Ruth asked, eyeing a tray of chocolate chip cookies. Something impressive, Helen mused. Gertrude appreciates quality. Maybe those lemon bars with the powdered sugar? Oh, or the cream cheese brownies, Ida suggested, already pointing to the rich marbled squares. They look expensive. Lexi appeared behind the counter, wiping her hands on her flour-dusted apron. Morning, Nans. Let me guess, you need interrogation supplies? Investigation supplies, Mona corrected with dignity. Interrogation sounds so harsh. Of course. Lexi's eyes twinkled with amusement. What can I get you? A dozen of those lemon bars, Helen decided, and maybe some of the pumpkin cookies for good measure. Mona watched Lexi carefully arrange the pastries in a white bakery box. Any word from Jack about a missing pumpkin report? Nothing yet, Lexi said. Still no official police involvement. Which strikes me as odd, Ruth added. You'd think someone would have filed a report by now. Lexi tied the box with pink-striped ribbon and handed it across the counter. Well, if anyone can get to the bottom of it, it's you four. Just try not to get arrested for trespassing or anything. We're paragons of legal behavior, Ida said solemnly, then pointed at the display case. Oh, I'll take one of those cream cheese brownies for the road. Ida, Helen protested. What? It's a long drive to Gertrude's place. I need sustenance. Ida wrapped the brownie in a napkin and tucked it into her purse with the practiced efficiency of someone who'd perfected portable pastry storage. The drive to Gertrude Hartwell's farm took them deeper into the countryside, where sprawling fields gave way to older, more established properties. Gertrude's house sat at the end of a tree-lined drive, a weathered colonial that had clearly been standing since the area was first settled. Built in the 1600s, Helen said as they approached the house, one of the oldest continuously occupied homes in the county. Gertrude's very proud of the historical significance. The house looked its age. Weathered, clapboard siding, small windows with diamond-shaped panes, and a massive stone chimney that dominated one end of the structure. But everything was impeccably maintained, from the perfectly painted shutters to the carefully tended flower beds that bordered the front walk. Impressive, Ruth observed, parking beside a late-model pickup truck. This is serious old money. They approached the front door, Helen carrying the bakery box like a diplomatic offering. Before they could knock, the door swung open to reveal a tall, angular woman with steel-gray hair pulled back in a severe bun. Helen? Gertrude Hartwell blinked in surprise, taking in the group assembled on her front step. What brings you here? Is everything all right with the book club? Helen's journalist training kicked in smoothly. Oh, Gertrude, I'm so sorry to bother you at home. It's just such a beautiful day, and we had some urgent book club business that couldn't wait for our next meeting. We brought pastries, Ida announced cheerfully, apparently deciding that subtlety was overrated. Gertrude's stern expression softened slightly at the sight of the bakery box. Well, I suppose you'd better come in then, though I can't imagine what could be so urgent. They followed her into a living room that looked like a museum exhibit on colonial life. Low-beamed ceilings, wide plank floors, and furniture that probably predated the Revolutionary War. Everything was perfectly preserved and intimidatingly clean. Tea? Gertrude offered, gesturing for them to sit on what appeared to be a genuine Pilgrim-era settle. That would be lovely, Helen said, settling carefully onto the antique furniture. We hate to impose, but this really couldn't wait. As Gertrude bustled off to prepare tea, Mona caught Helen's eye and mouthed, What's the urgent business? Helen shrugged and mouthed back, "I'll think of something." When Gertrude returned with a silver tea service that probably belonged in the Smithsonian, Mona decided to cut to the chase. "Gertrude," she said, accepting a delicate china cup, "we're actually here about something else. We're helping Brenda Mossberry with a situation." Gertrude's eyebrows rose. "Brenda? What kind of situation?" "Her giant pumpkin has gone missing," Ruth said bluntly. "Stolen from her barn sometime Sunday night." The teacup rattled slightly in Gertrude's hands. "Stolen? That's ridiculous. Who would steal a pumpkin?" "Someone who didn't want her to win the competition again this year," Ida suggested, eyeing the lemon bars meaningfully. Gertrude set down her teacup with a sharp clink. "Are you suggesting that I had something to do with this alleged theft?" "Not suggesting," Mona said carefully. "Just asking. You've come in second to Brenda 5 years running. That has to be frustrating." "Frustrating?" Gertrude laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Why would I steal her pumpkin when I was going to beat her fair and square this year?" The four ladies exchanged glances. "You think you have a bigger pumpkin than Brenda's?" Helen asked. "I don't think. I know." Gertrude's pride was evident in every word. 518.5 pounds as of last week's weighing, and she's still growing strong. Brenda's been bragging about her 520-pounder all season, trying to psych me out, but she doesn't know what I've got back here. "I can show you if you don't believe me," Gertrude said, standing up with sudden enthusiasm. "Come on, it's just out back." She led them through a back door and into what could only be described as a pumpkin paradise. Rows upon rows of orange globes in various sizes dotted the landscape, from tiny pie pumpkins to massive specimens that looked like they belonged in fairy tales. "This way," Gertrude said, weaving through the rows with the confidence of someone who knew every plant personally. "She's in the prime spot. Best soil, perfect drainage, maximum sun exposure." Ruth paused to examine one of the pumpkin plants, her eyes widening at the sight. "Good heavens, look at the size of these stalks. They're thick as tree branches." "That's what it takes to support a champion," Gertrude said proudly. "You can't grow a record breaker on a weak foundation." They reached the end of the patch where a single enormous pumpkin sat like an orange throne. Beside it stood what appeared to be a professional-grade scale, the kind used at farmers' markets for weighing large produce. "There she is," Gertrude announced, gesturing to her prize with the air of a museum curator unveiling a masterpiece. The pumpkin was indeed massive, easily the size of a small bathtub, with a perfect round shape and deep orange color that seemed to glow in the morning sunlight. "May I?" Gertrude asked, though she was already positioning herself beside the scale. With surprising strength for someone her age, she managed to roll the pumpkin onto the platform. The digital display flickered for a moment, then settled on a number that made Gertrude gasp with delight. 519 pounds, she exclaimed. "A growth spurt. She gained a half-pound since last week, and there's still 3 days to go." That's enormous," Ida said, momentarily forgetting about her cream cheese brownie as she stared at the giant gourd. "And I'll keep her growing as long as possible," Gertrude said, carefully rolling the pumpkin back to its resting spot. "Every day counts when you're trying to break records." She turned to face them with a triumphant smile. "See, I will win this year, fair and square." "So why are you suspecting me?" Gertrude continued, her voice rising with indignation, as they walked back toward the house. "I know I have the larger pumpkin, but what about Doris Cumberland? Now there's someone with a real axe to grind." The four ladies leaned forward with interest. "Doris Cumberland?" Mona asked. "She runs the pie stall at the fall festival," Gertrude explained, warming to her subject. "At the bake sale last month, Brenda made some very nasty comments about Doris's pies. Said she should puree them with canned pumpkin instead of her shrivelly little gourds. Ouch! Ida winced. That's harsh. Doris was furious," Gertrude continued. "She swore she'd get even. I heard her muttering something about teaching Brenda about small gourds. Everyone at the contest heard it." Helen looked puzzled. "But isn't a pumpkin technically a gourd?" "Exactly," Gertrude said triumphantly. "Doris knows her gourds. If anyone would know how to handle a giant pumpkin, it would be someone who works with them professionally." Ruth was already pulling out her iPad. "Doris Cumberland, pie stall. I need to look this up." "She's got a small farm on the other side of town," Gertrude added helpfully. "Grows all her own, pumpkins and squash for the pies. Very proud of her traditional methods." Mona found herself believing the woman's indignation about the theft, but more importantly, Gertrude had just handed them a new suspect with both motive and means. "Have you seen anything suspicious around Brenda's farm lately?" Helen asked. "Any unusual activity?" Gertrude considered this. "Well, now that you mention it, I did see that environmental activist woman poking around the area last week. Laura something or other. She was quite agitated about Brenda's pesticide use." "Laura Jenkins," Ida supplied helpfully. "That's the one. And there was talk at the feed store about Tom Knowles being fed up with Brenda's runoff problems. But honestly, if I were you, I'd look into Doris Cumberland first. Hell hath no fury like a pie baker scorned." As they prepared to leave, Gertrude walked them to the door with a thoughtful expression. "I hope you find Brenda's pumpkin," she said, and she seemed to mean it. "Competition isn't any fun when your opponent doesn't show up to lose fairly." Back in Ruth's car, they sat in contemplative silence for a moment. "Well," Mona said finally, "I believe her about not stealing the pumpkin." "So do I," Helen agreed, "and she just gave us a new suspect with a very specific motive." "Doris Cumberland," Ruth said, consulting her iPad, "and according to this, her farm is only about 2 miles from Brenda's place." Ida unwrapped her cream cheese brownie and took a thoughtful bite. "A pie maker would definitely know how to handle pumpkins. Plus," Mona added, "public humiliation is a powerful motive. If Brenda embarrassed her in front of everyone at the fair—" "But where do we find her? And what excuse do we use to talk to her?" Ruth asked. "Leave that to me." Helen whipped out her iPad. "Meanwhile, let's hustle over to the Knowles farm and see what he has to say for himself." Chapter 8. The drive to Knowles Organic Produce took them down a winding country road lined with weathered stone walls and maple trees showing off their autumn colors. Hand-painted signs along the way advertised farm-fresh vegetables, no pesticides, and earth-friendly farming since 1987, in cheerful green lettering. There it is, Helen said, pointing to a rustic wooden sign that read Knowles Organic Produce, supporting sustainable agriculture. Ruth pulled into a gravel parking area beside what appeared to be a converted barn. The structure had been painted a cheerful sage green with white trim, and large windows displayed an abundance of fresh produce arranged in wicker baskets. Strings of dried corn and miniature gourds hung from the eaves, giving the whole place a festive harvest atmosphere. Very picturesque, Ruth observed, surveying the scene. Looks like they've put a lot of effort into the presentation. A hand-lettered chalkboard by the entrance proclaimed, "Today's specials, heirloom tomatoes, organic squash, chemical-free apples," in flowing script, decorated with little drawings of vegetables around the borders. "Someone's artistic," Ida noted, admiring the chalkboard work, "and passionate about the organic lifestyle." They approached the farm stand where a middle-aged man with graying hair and work-worn hands was arranging butternut squash in a wooden crate. He wore a faded flannel shirt and jeans that had clearly seen plenty of honest labor. "Morning, ladies," he said with a friendly smile, though his eyes held a hint of wariness. "Beautiful day for a drive, isn't it? What can I help you with?" "Are you Tom Knowles?" Mona asked, stepping forward with what she hoped was a disarming smile. "That's me," he confirmed, straightening up from his squash arrangement. "This your first time visiting our stand?" "It is," Helen said, looking around at the impressive display of produce. "We heard wonderful things about your organic vegetables." "Well, I appreciate that. We work hard to maintain our certification." There was pride in his voice, but also something that sounded like defensiveness. "Everything here is grown without chemicals, pesticides, or artificial fertilizers." "That must be challenging," Ruth said, examining a display of pristine carrots, "especially with neighbors who use conventional farming methods." Tom's expression darkened slightly. "You could say that. Some folks don't care about the impact their practices have on the environment or on their neighbors' operations." "Oh, my," a cheerful voice called from inside the stand. "Do we have customers?" A woman emerged from behind the counter, wiping her hands on an apron decorated with sunflowers. She was shorter than Tom, with curly brown hair streaked with silver and the kind of warm smile that made people feel immediately welcome. "This is my wife, Ivy," Tom said, his demeanor softening as she approached. "Welcome to Knowles Organic." Ivy beamed at them. "I was just arranging our new environmentally friendly merchandise. We've expanded beyond just produce this season." She gestured toward a display table that hadn't been visible from the parking area. It was arranged with an eclectic mix of eco-friendly products, canvas tote bags printed with Save the Earth messages, all-natural bug spray bottles, wooden signs with environmental slogans, and cute pot holders with leaves embroidered on them. "How lovely," Helen said, moving closer to examine the merchandise. "Very thoughtful selection." Tom stepped closer to his wife, his expression becoming more guarded. "Ivy, these ladies were asking about our farming practices, specifically about neighbors who use conventional methods." "Oh." Ivy's smile faltered slightly as she picked up on her husband's tone. "Well, we try to focus on our own practices rather than criticizing others." "Even when those others' practices directly affect your land?" Ruth asked pointedly. Tom's jaw tightened. "If you're referring to the Mossberry farm, yes, we've had some challenges with chemical runoff, but I don't see how that's any business of yours." "We're helping Brenda with a problem," Mona explained. Her prize pumpkin went missing Sunday night, and we're trying to figure out what happened to it." "Missing?" Ivy looked genuinely surprised. "You mean someone stole it?" "That's what we're trying to determine," Helen said. "Tom, you signed Laura Jenkins' petition about pesticide use, didn't you?" "I did," Tom said firmly. "Those chemicals don't stay on Brenda's property. They run off into the groundwater, they contaminate my soil, and they kill beneficial insects that our ecosystem depends on." "That must be frustrating," Mona observed, "especially when you work so hard to maintain organic certification." "Frustrating doesn't begin to cover it," Tom said, his voice rising slightly. "Do you know what it costs to get land recertified organic if it's been contaminated? Years of work, thousands of dollars, and that's assuming the contamination hasn't done permanent damage." Ivy placed a gentle hand on her husband's arm. "Tom, honey, you're getting worked up again." "Sorry," he said, taking a deep breath. "It's just... we've been fighting this battle for years, and sometimes it feels like nobody understands the stakes." "We understand more than you might think," Ida said sympathetically. "But stealing someone's prize pumpkin seems like a pretty extreme form of protest." Tom's eyes flashed with anger. "Are you accusing me of theft?" "We're just trying to understand what happened," Ruth said diplomatically. "Your property borders Mason Road, doesn't it?" "It does," Tom said. "Have you noticed any other tractors coming through that area recently?" Mona asked. "Maybe from the roadside rather than from Brenda's property?" Tom and Ivy exchanged glances, both thinking carefully. "We're not here all the time," Ivy said slowly. "We spend a lot of time at the farmer's market on weekends, and Tom's often in the far fields during the day." "I can't say I've noticed anything unusual," Tom said, "though I did hear Brenda's tractor around midnight Sunday. She runs it at all hours, though I have no idea what she is doing in the middle of the night." "And you're sure it was Brenda's tractor?" Helen asked. "Sure. I know the sound of that old John Deere. She's been running this same machine for 15 years. It has a distinctive engine knock." "You have the equipment to move something as heavy as a 500-pound pumpkin?" Ruth pressed. "Of course I do. Any farmer would. But why would I steal Brenda's pumpkin?" Tom's voice was getting defensive again. "And honestly, even if I wanted to get back at her for the contamination, I wouldn't touch anything that's been doused in pesticides. The whole point of organic farming is avoiding that poison." "That's true," Ivy nodded emphatically. "Tom won't even handle conventionally grown produce when we're shopping. He says you never know what chemicals might transfer to your skin." "Plus," Tom continued, "where would I put a giant pumpkin? You can't exactly hide something that size. My customers would notice a 520-pound pumpkin sitting around, and they'd start asking questions." This stopped the conversation cold. The four ladies looked at each other as the implications of Tom's words sank in. "That's actually a very good point," Mona said slowly. "Where would someone put a stolen pumpkin that size?" "Not in a barn," Ruth said thoughtfully. "Too obvious." "Not in a house," Helen added. "Too big." "You'd need somewhere secure but not too visible," Ida mused. "Somewhere the thief could access it easily, but others couldn't stumble across it." Tom was watching this exchange with growing interest. "You ladies really don't know where this pumpkin is, do you?" "That's what we're trying to figure out," Mona admitted. "Well," Tom said, "whoever took it either has a very specific plan for it, or they're stuck with a 520-pound problem they can't solve." "What do you mean?" Helen asked. "Think about it," Tom said, warming to the subject despite his earlier hostility. "A pumpkin that size isn't like stealing a bicycle. You can't just ride it away and forget about it. It needs to be kept cool and dry, or it'll start rotting. It's too heavy to move without equipment, and it's so distinctive that you can't exactly take it to market and sell it." Ivy nodded in agreement. "So what would someone do with it?" Mona asked, genuinely curious now. Tom shrugged. "If it were me, and it's not, I'd say whoever took it either destroyed it to keep Brenda from competing, or they're planning to return it at the last minute to create some kind of chaos at the festival." As they prepared to leave, Tom followed them toward the parking area. "Look," he said, "I know I seem like an obvious suspect because of my problems with Brenda's farming practices, but stealing her pumpkin wouldn't solve anything. The contamination would still be there, and I'd be facing criminal charges on top of it." "Where were you Sunday night?" Ruth asked directly. "Here, with Ivy. We watched a movie and went to bed early. I had to be up at 5 Monday morning to harvest lettuce for the Tuesday market." "Anyone who can verify that?" Mona pressed. Tom and Ivy looked at each other. "Just each other," Ivy said apologetically. "We don't really have neighbors close enough to notice our lights or anything." As they drove away from the farm stand, the four ladies sat in thoughtful silence for several minutes. "Well," Ruth said finally, "he makes some good points about the logistics of pumpkin theft." "And about where someone would hide a pumpkin that size," Helen added. "It's not exactly easy to conceal." "I believe him about not wanting to touch anything covered in pesticides," Ida said. "He seemed genuinely disgusted by the idea." "But he also has the strongest motive," Mona pointed out. "Years of contamination problems, legal battles over organic certification." "True," Ruth agreed, "though his wife seems genuinely convinced he wouldn't do it." "The question is," Mona said slowly, "if Tom Knowles didn't take the pumpkin and Gertrude Hartwell doesn't need to take it because she's got a bigger one, then who did? And more importantly, where is it?" "Good questions," Helen said. "I don't have the answers to those, but I do have an answer to an earlier question. I know where we can find Doris Cumberland." Ruth glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Really?" "Yep. Turns out she's over in Deerfield at the Apple Festival. She's got a pie booth." "That's perfect," Ida said. "I could really use a piece of pie right now." Chapter 9. The short drive to Millfield took them through rolling countryside, dotted with farms and orchards. The neighboring town square had been transformed into an autumn festival, with white tents arranged in neat rows and bunting stretching between the trees. "Oh, my," Helen breathed as they parked. "This is quite the production." They strolled between the booths, taking in the competing aromas of cinnamon, vanilla, and brown sugar. Families with children wandered from tent to tent, sampling goods and chatting with the bakers. "There she is over there," Ruth said, pointing toward a particularly busy booth. "She's drawing quite a crowd." As they got closer to the display, the theme of Doris's offerings became unmistakable. Everything was autumn-themed, with a heavy emphasis on one particular ingredient. "Look at that pumpkin pie," Ida said admiringly, eyeing a golden-crusted beauty that looked like it belonged in a magazine. "The pumpkin bread looks divine," Ruth added, pointing to perfectly formed loaves with a golden brown crust. Mona's gaze fell on a tray of frosted cookies. Those pumpkin cookies look professional quality. Ruth stepped closer, lowering her voice. Doris, do you know that Brenda's giant pumpkin was stolen? Doris frowned, her gaze darting around her booth full of pumpkin baked goods. Mona watched her carefully, wondering if she was worried they were on to her. Stolen? Doris said, though she didn't sound particularly surprised or concerned. Right from her barn Sunday night, Ida added helpfully. 520 pounds of prize-winning pumpkin, gone without a trace. Doris straightened up, her expression shifting to insulted outrage. Are you accusing me of stealing it? Now, dear, calm down, Ruth said diplomatically. We're not accusing anyone of anything, but we do know you have a beef with her. A beef? Doris's laugh was bitter. That woman has been making life miserable for every baker in 3 counties for years. But stealing her pumpkin? That's not my style. How so? Helen asked, genuinely curious now. Has she done things to other people? Too many to list, Doris said, warming to her subject. Sabotaged Patricia Miller's apple pie recipe by telling her the wrong oven temperature. Spread rumors about Mary Wilton's sanitation practices. Accidentally bumped into Bill Frederick's cake display last year, ruining his entry. The 4 ladies leaned closer, their investigative instincts fully engaged. That sounds pretty serious, Mona said carefully. Oh, it gets worse, Dora continued, apparently relieved to find an audience for her grievances. She has borrowed recipes without giving credit, undercut the prices of other bakers at the farmer's market, and even filed false complaints with the health department about competitors. And no one's ever called her on it? Ruth asked. Doris snorted. Who's going to challenge the woman who wins every competition? Everyone's afraid of what she might do to their business. She gestured around her booth. That's why I started selling in other towns. At least here I don't have to worry about her sabotaging my displays. So you're glad someone stole her pumpkin? Ida asked bluntly. Honestly? Yes, Doris said, without hesitation. It's about time someone gave her a taste of her own medicine. Everyone knows that for Brenda, losing isn't an option. She'd rather invent a win than admit a loss, so she does whatever she can to make sure she comes out a winner. The admission hung in the air between them, and the 4 ladies exchanged meaningful glances. Doris seemed to realize she'd said more than she'd intended, because she quickly busied herself rearranging a display of pumpkin cookies that had been perfectly arranged already. That's quite an accusation, Helen said carefully, her journalist instincts engaged. It's not an accusation if it's true, Doris replied, her voice gaining strength again. Ask anyone who's competed against her. She doesn't just play to win, she plays to destroy the competition. Last year at the county fair, she told Mrs. Peterson that the judging had been moved to an hour earlier, knowing full well Mrs. Peterson would miss it entirely. Mona's phone buzzed with a text. She glanced down to see Brenda's name on the screen. Ladies, I'm getting desperate. People are starting to ask questions about my entry. Please tell me you have something. Doris's sharp eyes caught the motion. She leaned over the table, her tone suddenly edged. What was that? A message from Brenda? Why are you 4 poking around, asking all these questions? What's going on here? Helen summoned her best reassuring smile. Oh, just community chatter. Everyone's buzzing about the competition. You know how it is. We appreciate your time, Doris, Mona added quickly, slipping her phone into her bag. "Your insight has been very helpful." "Hey, now, wait a minute," Doris said, her voice tightening. "Brenda's not sending you after me, is she? I don't want any trouble stirred up on account of her." Helen shook her head smoothly. "Nothing like that, just trying to understand the bigger picture." Doris frowned, still watching them closely, but the next customer in line tugged at her attention. Ida suddenly glanced at her watch and gasped. "Oh no, look at the time." She checked again to make sure she'd read it correctly, her eyes growing wide with panic. "I have to get to bingo." "How much time do you have?" Mona asked, automatically shifting into crisis mode. 15 minutes to get there, get settled, and organize my probability charts," Ida said, already speed-walking toward the parking area. "Mrs. Henderson starts promptly, and if I miss the opening statistical analysis, my entire mathematical framework for the evening will be compromised." Chapter 10. "Drive faster, Ruth," Ida called from the back seat, clutching her spiral notebook like a life preserver. "Bingo starts in 14 minutes, and I need time to set up my system." "I'm going as fast as I safely can," Ruth replied, though she did press the accelerator a bit more firmly. The vintage Oldsmobile responded with a gentle surge of power, carrying them back toward Brook Ridge Falls as the sun painted the countryside in shades of gold and amber. "What exactly do you need to set up?" Helen asked, twisting in her seat to look at Ida's frantic preparation. "Statistical analysis, spreadsheets, strategic card placement, and careful observation of the room," Ida said seriously, flipping through her notebook to review her charts. "Ida," Mona said gently, "you do realize that bingo is a game of pure chance, right? Past results don't influence future outcomes." "That's what everyone says," Ida replied, making final notations in her frequency analysis. "But everything has patterns if you look hard enough. Even chaos has an underlying structure." Ruth pulled into the retirement center parking lot with time to spare, though Ida was already unbuckling her seatbelt before the car came to a complete stop. "Come watch," she called over her shoulder, practically bouncing with excitement. "You can see mathematical precision in action." "Well," Mona said to the others, "we did promise to support her scientific endeavors. Plus," Helen added, "it might be interesting to see how this plays out." "And there's usually pretty good coffee at bingo night," Ruth concluded pragmatically. The community center's main hall had been transformed for the evening's entertainment. Folding tables arranged in neat rows held dozens of bingo cards, dauber bottles, and the hopeful expressions of residents ready for an evening of competition. The air hummed with conversation, the rattle of balls in the wire cage, and the underlying current of anticipation that preceded any good game. Ida had claimed a table near the front, spreading out her materials with the precision of a military strategist. She'd arranged 4 bingo cards in a perfect square, her spiral notebook open to tonight's frequency predictions, and 3 different colored daubers positioned at strategic intervals. "Ida," called Betty Morrison from the next table over, "what in the world have you got there? Looks like you're preparing for a final exam." "Scientific method," Ida announced proudly, adjusting her cards one more time. "I've been analyzing caller tendencies and number frequency patterns. Tonight, we put theory into practice." Word spread quickly through the assembled players that Ida Baker had developed a system for winning bingo. Soon, half the room was craning their necks to observe her elaborate setup. "That's quite the operation you've got there," observed Harold Fitzgerald, squinting at Ida's charts through his thick glasses. "You've got more data than my grandson's computer science homework." "Mathematics doesn't lie, Harold," Ida said, consulting her frequency analysis. "Based on 6 weeks of observation, B7 has a 23% higher probability of being called on Tuesday nights than Thursdays." "But this is Wednesday," pointed out Martha Henley. "Last week's statistics are still being calculated," Ida replied without missing a beat. "I need 3 more weeks of data to establish the baseline probabilities." Mrs. Henderson, the evening's bingo caller, approached the microphone with her usual theatrical flair. She was a small, energetic woman in her 70s who treated bingo calling like a performance art. "Good evening, players," she announced, her voice carrying clearly throughout the hall. "Tonight's first game is a traditional blackout. Cover all 24 numbers on your card to win." The crowd settled into focused attention as Mrs. Henderson began drawing numbers from the wire cage. Ida positioned herself with both hands ready to mark cards, her notebook open to the evening's prediction charts. "B3," Mrs. Henderson called out. Ida immediately consulted her notebook, making a quick tick mark beside B3 in her frequency column. The number appeared on 2 of her 4 cards, which she daubed with satisfied precision. I-19. Another notation in the notebook, another careful daub. Ida's system was in full swing now, and the surrounding players watched with fascination as she treated each number call like a scientific data point. "G52, Mrs. Henderson announced. "Ha!" Ida exclaimed, making an excited notation. "Told you that one was overdue. 3 weeks without a call creates statistical pressure for selection." "That's not how probability works, Ida," Harold called out good-naturedly. "We'll see about that," Ida replied, daubing G52 on 3 of her 4 cards. The game continued with Ida maintaining her elaborate system of cross-referencing, notation, and strategic daubing. Her table looked like a small command center, complete with charts, predictions, and enough data to outfit a statistics professor. "And 34. Ida paused, frowning at her notebook. "That's unusual. N34 typically doesn't appear until after the 8th number on Wednesday games." She made a careful notation. "Anomalous result. Requires further analysis." Mona, Ruth, and Helen watched from the coffee station, amused by their friend's scientific approach to what was essentially a game of luck. "She's certainly committed to her methodology," Helen observed. "Look at her concentration," Ruth added. "I've seen surgeons with less focus." "Bingo!" called out a voice from the back of the room. Ida looked up from her charts with apparent shock. "But that's impossible. According to my calculations, we should have needed at least 6 more numbers for optimal coverage probability." "Sometimes the balls don't read your notebook, dear," Mona called out gently. The winner, Marge Potter from Table 7, approached the verification table with her winning card and a broad smile. Mrs. Henderson checked the numbers carefully, then announced the official win. "Congratulations to Marge, our first winner of the evening." As the room prepared for the second game, the hall filled with the cheerful bustle of intermission. Players stretched, visited the coffee station, and socialized between games. Helen moved toward one of the tall windows that overlooked the parking lot, idly watching the evening traffic while waiting for the next game to begin. "Looks like a busy night," she commented to Mona, who had joined her at the window. "Lots of cars are still arriving." Through the glass she could see the parking lot illuminated by street lamps, with vehicles scattered across the asphalt. Her gaze fell on a small dark sedan parked at the far edge of the lot, positioned where it had a clear view of the main entrance but remained somewhat hidden in the shadows between lamp-posts. "That's odd," Helen murmured, more to herself than to Mona. "What's odd?" Mona asked, following Helen's gaze. "That car over there. See the dark one at the edge? It's been sitting there since we arrived, but I don't think anyone got out of it." Helen squinted through the glass, trying to make out more details. "The engine's running. You can see the exhaust." Mona looked at where Helen was pointing. The car was indeed still occupied, though the distance and the poor lighting made it impossible to see who was inside. "Maybe they're waiting for someone," Mona suggested, though she felt a small prickle of unease. "For over an hour?" Helen asked. "And why park so far away if you're picking someone up?" Before Mona could respond, Laura Jenkins walked through the main entrance, scanning the room with the purposeful look of someone searching for a specific person. She wore the same hemp jacket from the other day, and as she moved, Helen caught the soft jangle of what sounded like a charm bracelet. "Ladies," Helen said quietly, nudging Ruth. "Look who just walked in." "Laura Jenkins," Ruth observed. "What is one of our suspects doing at senior bingo night?" "Visiting family, maybe?" Mona suggested, but her detective instincts were already engaged. Laura made her way toward a table near the back corner, where an elderly woman with carefully permed white hair sat organizing her cards for the next game. "I should go question her, apologize," Helen said, though she couldn't help glancing back toward the window. The mysterious car was still there, its occupant apparently content to wait. "About the flower garden incident. It's the right thing to do." She walked across the room with casual purpose, pausing at the coffee station to pour herself a cup before continuing toward Laura's table. "Rosemary," Helen called out warmly as she approached. "How are you feeling, dear?" The elderly woman looked up with a bright smile.
"Helen, what a lovely surprise. I'm feeling much better, thank you."
Laura turned, her expression immediately cooling when she recognized Helen.
"Oh, you're one of the ladies from yesterday, the ones with the reckless driving friend."
"That's exactly why I came over," Helen said diplomatically. "I wanted to apologize for Ruth's parking mishap. We felt terrible about the flowers."
"Those were late-season bloomers," Laura said, her tone sharp with accusation. "Do you have any idea how critical those flowers are for bee survival at this time of year?"
"I'm so sorry," Helen said sincerely. "We had no idea. Ruth feels awful about it."
"She should," Laura said, though her tone was softening slightly. "This is my aunt, Rosemary Powell."
"Oh, I know Rosemary well," Helen said, settling into a chair beside them. "We're in the same book club."
"Helen's a lovely girl," Rosemary said to her niece. "Very well read."
As Laura gestured while talking, Helen caught the soft musical tinkling of her bracelet. The charms caught the light briefly. Tiny silver shapes that looked like bees and what might have been a dragonfly with large wings. "What a pretty bracelet," Helen said casually. "I love the little nature charms." Laura's demeanor brightened immediately, her environmental passion overriding her earlier irritation.
"Thank you. Ivy Knowles makes them. She's so talented. She'll even custom-make pieces if you have something specific in mind."
"Ivy Knowles from the organic farm?" Helen asked with genuine interest.
"Exactly. She started making jewelry to supplement their farm income, and now it's become quite popular among environmentally conscious people."
Laura held up her wrist briefly.
Each piece represents something important to our ecosystem.
How wonderful that she's so supportive of the cause,
Helen said warmly. Oh, she is. Tom and Ivy are real champions of sustainable living.
Laura's earlier hostility had completely melted away in the face of finding a kindred environmental spirit.
You should visit their stand sometime. They carry all sorts of earth-friendly products.
Ladies, Mrs. Henderson's voice boomed through the hall. Time for Game 2. Please take your seats. The room bustled back to life as players returned to their tables. Helen made her polite goodbyes and rejoined Mona and Ruth at the coffee station.
Well, Ruth whispered.
Ivy Knowles makes custom jewelry, Helen reported quietly, including nature charms.
Like insects with wings? Mona asked, thinking of the charm in her purse.
Exactly, Helen confirmed. They stood in thoughtful silence for a moment, processing the new information about Ivy Knowles and custom jewelry. The connection between the Knowles farm stand and the evidence from Brenda's barn was becoming more intriguing by the minute. Ladies, Mrs. Henderson called out, Game 2 is starting. Ida was already repositioning her cards and consulting her charts for the next round of statistical analysis. Oh, 68, Mrs. Henderson called out for the first number of the new game.
Anomaly, Ida announced, making rapid notations. Oh, 68 has a Tuesday-Thursday preference pattern. This Wednesday appearance requires recalculation of baseline assumptions.
But Helen, Mona, and Ruth were barely paying attention to Ida's scientific bingo method. They were too busy thinking about custom jewelry, environmental activists, and the growing web of connections between their suspects.
We need to talk to Ivy Knowles again, Mona whispered.
And get a look at the charm she makes, Ruth added. I-24, Mrs. Henderson called.
Predicted,
Ida shouted triumphantly, consulting her frequency chart.
I-24 Tuesday-Wednesday crossover probability was indicated by my statistical model.
As the bingo game continued around them, the three ladies found themselves with new leads to pursue. The missing pumpkin was still missing, but the trail of evidence was beginning to reveal unexpected connections between organic farming, environmental activism, and handmade jewelry. B11.
Bingo,
called out a voice from the middle of the room. Ida looked up from her charts with obvious confusion.
But my calculations indicate we needed 12 more numbers for optimal probability matrix completion.
Maybe your system needs some adjustments, Harold suggested kindly.
No,
Ida said firmly, making notations with renewed determination.
My system is sound. I just need more data. Next week, I'll expand the analysis to include temperature variables and barometric pressure influences.
Helen, Mona, and Ruth exchanged amused glances. Whatever else happened with the missing pumpkin case, they could count on Ida to approach every problem with unwavering faith in the power of statistical analysis, even when the statistics refused to cooperate. As the evening wound down, they prepared to leave with tomorrow's investigation already taking shape in their minds. The charm from Brenda's barn might have come from Ivy Knowles. That connection was worth exploring, especially given Tom's defensive attitude about his neighbor's farming practices.
Ready to go, ladies?
Mona asked as the final game concluded.
Just let me pack up my research materials,
Ida said, carefully organizing her charts and notebooks.
I need to analyze tonight's anomalous results. There's clearly more complexity to the Wednesday probability matrix than I initially calculated.
Of course there is, Ruth said fondly, helping Ida gather her scientific bingo supplies. As they walked toward the exit, Helen found herself glancing around the parking lot, looking for the dark sedan that had been watching the building. But the lot held only the usual collection of retirees' vehicles, and whoever had been waiting in the shadows was long gone. The missing pumpkin was still out there somewhere, but now they had a better idea of the relationships and motivations that might lead them to it. Tomorrow would bring new questions and, hopefully, some answers. And if someone was watching their investigation, well, that just meant they were getting closer to the truth. Chapter 11. The morning air was crisp with the promise of a perfect October day as the four ladies gathered around Mona's kitchen table, coffee steaming from their mugs, and yesterday's revelations spread before them like pieces of an incomplete puzzle. So we all agree the plan is to visit the Knowles farm stand as jewelry customers, Mona said, reviewing their strategy notes. We are interested in Ivy's charm collection, particularly anything with wings. Helen nodded approvingly. It's the perfect cover. We're local ladies interested in supporting local artisans. Nothing suspicious about that. 20 minutes later, they were climbing into Ruth's sedan for the drive to Knowles Organic Produce. As they pulled out of the retirement center, Ruth glanced in her rearview mirror and frowned slightly. "Everything all right?" Helen asked from the passenger seat. "Probably nothing," Ruth murmured, taking a left toward Mason Road. "There's just a dark sedan back there that seems to be heading in the same direction we are." Ida immediately swiveled in her seat to look out the back window. "Sedan? What kind of sedan? 4 doors, 2 doors, license plate readable?" "Ida, dear, you don't need to conduct surveillance," Mona said gently. "Ruth said it's probably nothing." But Ruth was checking her mirror again, this time with more concern. "It's still behind us after 2 turns. Dark blue or black, can't tell the make from here." The mood in the car shifted slightly as they continued toward the Knowles farm. Ruth made another unnecessary turn down Elm Street, ostensibly to avoid construction, but actually to test whether the sedan would follow. It did. "No, that's interesting," Helen said quietly, watching the car maintain its distance behind them. "Could be a coincidence," Mona suggested, though her voice lacked conviction. "Maybe they're also heading out to the farms." "Or maybe," Ida said with obvious excitement, "we've stirred up more interest in this case than we realized. This could be the break we need." "This could be the danger we need to avoid," Ruth corrected, taking another turn that would loop them back toward their original route. "I don't like being followed." By the time they reached Mason Road, the sedan had vanished from view, leaving them to wonder whether it had been genuinely following them or whether the stress of the investigation was making them paranoid. "Well," Helen said as they pulled into the gravel parking area beside the Knowles farm stand, "followed or not, we're here now." The farm stand looked exactly as it had when they'd visited with Tom the day before, a rustic wooden structure with hand-painted signs advertising fresh produce, herbs, and Ivy's handmade jewelry. A few cars were parked nearby, suggesting modest but steady business, despite Ida's statistical predictions. As they approached the entrance, Ruth glanced back toward the road. "That dark sedan is nowhere to be seen now. Maybe I was being paranoid. Or maybe whoever was following us decided to wait and watch from a distance," Mona said, scanning the surrounding areas with new wariness. "Only one way to find out," Helen declared. pushing open the farm stand door with the confidence of someone who'd spent decades dealing with uncertainty. A small bell chimed their arrival, and Ivy Knowles looked up from behind a display of late-season tomatoes with a genuinely welcoming smile. "Good morning, ladies. Back for more of our produce?" She was wearing a flowered apron over jeans and a sweater, her graying hair pulled back in a practical ponytail. Everything about her suggested honest, hard-working farm life. "Actually," Mona said, returning the smile, "we were hoping to look at your jewelry collection. We saw your totes last time, but we heard that you also make the most beautiful, nature-themed charms." Ivy's face lit up with obvious pride. "Oh, how wonderful. I love meeting people who appreciate handmade pieces. Let me show you what I have." She led them to the back of the room, where silver charms hung from tiny hooks. There were leaves in various shapes, flowers, birds, butterflies, and, yes, several bee charms with delicately crafted wings. "These are exquisite," Helen said, examining a charm shaped like an oak leaf. "You make all of these yourself?" "Every single one," Ivy confirmed. "I've been working with silver for nearly 15 years now. It started as a hobby, but people seemed to like what I was making, so Tom encouraged me to start selling them." Ruth was studying the bee charms with particular interest. "These little bees are adorable. Are the wings attached permanently?" "Actually, no," Ivy said, lifting one of the bee charms from its hook. "See, the wings are on tiny hinges. They move just like real bee wings would." It was Tom's idea. He said static jewelry was boring, that nature is all about movement. She demonstrated gently, moving the wings back and forth. It was exactly like the wing they'd found in Brenda's barn. "How clever!" Ida exclaimed, perhaps a bit too enthusiastically. "I bet lots of people buy these. Do you keep track of who purchases which designs?" Ivy's smile became slightly apologetic. "Oh, I'm afraid I'm terrible at record-keeping. Tom's always telling me I should track inventory better, but I just make what inspires me and sell what people want. I couldn't tell you who bought what, when they bought it, or even how many of each design I've sold." "So if someone lost one of your bee wings," Helen pressed gently, "there wouldn't be any way to trace it back to the original buyer?" "Not really, no," Ivy admitted. "Though I have made quite a few of the bee charms. They're very popular. I'd guess I've made dozens over the past year alone. The moving parts seem to fascinate people." Mona was examining other charms in the case, mentally cataloging the various nature themes, when the farmstand door opened with another cheerful chime. Tom Knowles entered, but his expression was far from cheerful when he saw the four ladies clustered around his wife's jewelry display. "Ladies," he said with barely concealed suspicion, "back again so soon?" "They're interested in my jewelry," Ivy said brightly, apparently oblivious to her husband's tone. "Isn't that wonderful? I was just showing them the bee charms with the movable wings." Tom's eyes narrowed as he looked from his wife's display to the four women examining it. "Jewelry customers, are you? And yesterday you were what, pumpkin farming consultants?" The atmosphere at the small farm stand grew noticeably tenser. Ruth straightened, Helen lifted her chin with dignity, and even Ida stopped examining the charms to look at Tom with surprise. "We're interested in supporting local artisans," Mona said evenly, refusing to be intimidated. "Is there something wrong with that?" "What's wrong," Tom said, moving closer to the jewelry display, "is that you're not here to buy jewelry any more than you were here yesterday to learn about organic farming. You're here because you think I stole Brenda Mossberry's pumpkin, and you're looking for evidence." Ivy looked confused, glancing between her husband and the four ladies. "Tom, honey, what are you talking about? These women seem very nice." "Nice women who are conducting some kind of amateur investigation," Tom said grimly. "Nice women who are wasting our time with fake interest in our products." "Now see here," Helen began, drawing herself up to her full height with the authority of someone who'd spent decades managing difficult people. "No, you see here," Tom interrupted. "If you're not here to actually purchase anything, maybe you can be on your way. We have a business to run." The dismissal hung in the air like smoke from a snuffed candle. Ivy looked embarrassed, the ladies looked offended, and Tom looked like a man who'd reached the end of his patience. "Well," Ruth huffed, gathering her purse with obvious indignation. "Come on, ladies," Mona said with as much dignity as she could muster. "I think we've learned what we came to learn." They filed out of the farm stand with their heads high, but their pride slightly bruised, Tom's suspicious glare following them all the way to the parking lot. Once they were safely in Ruth's car with the doors closed, the pretense of dignity gave way to excited whispers. "Did you see how defensive he got?" Helen whispered. "And how quickly he figured out why we were really there," Ida added. "The man's hiding something," Ruth declared, starting the engine, "and I intend to find out what." But instead of pulling out of the parking area immediately, Ruth sat with the engine idling, staring thoughtfully toward the Knowles property. "What are you thinking?" Mona asked. "I'm thinking," Ruth said slowly, "that if Tom Knowles did steal that pumpkin, the evidence might not be in his house or his barn. It might be somewhere else on the property." "You mean like in a field or storage building?" Helen asked. "Exactly. Somewhere a casual visitor wouldn't think to look." Ida was practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. "Are you suggesting we conduct a reconnaissance mission?" "I'm suggesting," Ruth said with a grin that would have made her granddaughter proud, "that we take a little drive around the perimeter of this property and see if we can spot anything interesting." "Like a giant pumpkin?" Mona asked. "Like evidence that Tom Knowles has been up to something he doesn't want his jewelry customers to know about." "Well," Ruth said, as they drove away from the hostile encounter, "if we're going to get answers, we need a different approach." "What do you mean?" Helen asked. Ruth pulled over about a quarter-mile down the road, parking behind a cluster of maple trees that partially concealed the car from the Knowles property. "I mean, we need to actually look in that barn. We need to see if there's a pumpkin in there." "You want to sneak onto his property?" Mona asked, though her voice carried more excitement than concern. "Not sneak," Ruth corrected. "Investigate. There's a difference." "Is there?" Helen asked dryly. "Look," Ruth said, turning to face the group. "Tom's behavior back there was suspicious. Why get so defensive if he has nothing to hide? And remember what Ida said about the pumpkin potentially being processed. If we don't find evidence soon, it might disappear forever." Ida was practically bouncing in her seat. "Plus, we still need those tire tread photographs for comparison analysis. This could be our best chance to get definitive proof." "Or our best chance of getting arrested for trespassing," Helen pointed out. "Only if we get caught," Mona said, surprising everyone with her willingness to bend the rules. "And Tom just drove off in his tractor. I can see him working in the far field from here." They all turned to look where Mona was pointing. Sure enough, Tom was visible in the distance, his tractor moving slowly through rows of late-season vegetables. "What about Ivy?" Helen asked practically. Ruth consulted her watch. "It's Thursday morning. According to the sign on their farm stand, Ivy teaches a pottery class in town from 10 to noon on Thursdays. She should be leaving any time now." "So the property will be empty," Ida said, her statistical mind already calculating probabilities. "Optimal conditions for reconnaissance." "We go in from the back," Ruth continued, pointing toward a wooded area that bordered the Knowles property. "Stay low, check the barn windows, photograph whatever we find, and get out before Tom finishes in that field." "And if we don't find anything?" Helen asked. "Then we get those tire tread photos and rule Tom out as a suspect," Mona said firmly. "Either way, we'll have answers." 10 minutes later, they were creeping through the woods at the back of the Knowles property, moving as quietly as 4 amateur investigators could manage through fallen leaves and underbrush. Ruth led the way, followed by Mona, then Helen, with Ida bringing up the rear, while consulting what appeared to be a hand-drawn tactical map. "The barn should be just ahead," Ruth whispered, pointing through the trees. "Are we sure Tom can't see us from the field?" Helen asked nervously. "He's at least half a mile away and facing the other direction," Ida reported, having conducted what she called a geometric visibility analysis using her phone's compass app. They emerged from the woods at the edge of a small clearing, the Knowles barn looming ahead of them like a rustic fortress. It was larger than they'd realized from a distance, big enough to hide a stolen pumpkin and then some. "Windows are on the east side," Mona observed, pointing to a row of dusty glass panes about 6 feet off the ground. "Too high to see through from ground level," Ruth noted with frustration. "Not if we boost each other up," Ida suggested with surprising enthusiasm for someone approaching 70. They crept around to the east side of the barn, where 4 grimy windows offered potential views into the interior. The first window was too dirty to see through clearly, but the second one had been recently cleaned. "Ruth, you're the tallest," Helen whispered. "Can you see anything?" Ruth stood on tiptoes and peered through the clean window, shading her eyes with her hands to cut the glare. "I can see hay bales, some farm equipment, a workbench, but no pumpkin." "Are you sure?" Mona's voice was laced with disappointment. "Yep." Ruth turned from the window. "No pumpkin in there." Their shoulders slumped in disappointment. "We still need those tire tread photographs," Ida reminded them, ever focused on her mathematical approach to crime solving. They made their way back outside, carefully closing the barn door behind them, and located some tractor tracks near an equipment shed. Ida immediately began photographing the tracks from multiple angles, paying particular attention to the distinctive tread patterns that would allow for comparison analysis. "These are perfect," she whispered excitedly, reviewing the images on her phone. "Clear detail, good lighting, multiple angles for mathematical analysis." "How long before we can compare them to the tracks at Brenda's farm?" Ruth asked. "I'll need to review the photos we took yesterday and run some comparative measurements, but I should have preliminary results by this afternoon." Helen was serving as lookout, keeping watch for any sign of Tom's return from the distant field. "We should go," she urged. "He could finish that row any minute." The sound of a tractor engine growing closer sent them scrambling back toward the woods, with their evidence safely photographed. "Ladies!" Tom's voice called out from somewhere behind them as they reached the tree line. "I see you trespassing, and I know what you've been doing." They didn't stop to respond, crashing through the underbrush toward Ruth's car, with the ungraceful haste of people who'd been caught red-handed in activities they couldn't explain to law enforcement. Did he really see us? Helen panted as they reached the car. Does it matter? Ruth replied, starting the engine with shaking hands. We got what we came for. Evidence, Ida added triumphantly, clutching her phone with its precious cargo of tire tread photographs and crime scene documentation. Ruth started the engine and pulled away from the Knowles property, with perhaps more speed than was strictly necessary. I think it's safe to say Tom Knowles is not happy with our investigation. The question is, Mona said, checking the side mirror to make sure Tom wasn't following them, is he unhappy because we're bothering him, or because we're getting too close to the truth? Chapter 12. As they pulled away from Tom Knowles's property, the adrenaline from their close call was beginning to wear off, leaving behind a mixture of triumph and concern. Ruth kept checking her rear-view mirror every few seconds, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. The same car is definitely following us, she announced quietly, trying not to alarm the others. Dark sedan, maintaining about 100 yards back. You're sure it's the same one from this morning? Helen asked, twisting in her seat to get a better look. Same everything, same distance, same careful following pattern, though I have to say, for professional surveillance, they're not exactly subtle. Mona frowned, considering the implications. Maybe we're just being paranoid. Rural areas don't have that many roads. It could be coincidental. 3 consecutive turns is not a coincidence, Ida said firmly, consulting what appeared to be a hand-drawn map of their route. The probability of random convergence drops to less than 12% after the 3rd identical directional change. Helen's voice carried a note of real worry. This is the car I saw at bingo night. Same profile, same dark color. Someone's been watching us since we started this investigation. Maybe Brenda was right about this being dangerous, Helen said. The mood in the car had shifted from post-mission euphoria to genuine unease. What had started as an entertaining puzzle was beginning to feel more serious, more potentially dangerous. Should we call the police? Helen asked, her journalist instincts kicking in. We need to document this pattern of harassment. And to tell them what? Ruth replied with characteristic sarcasm, that we think someone might be following us while we trespass on private property investigating produce theft. I'm sure Jack will drop everything to assign us a protective detail. Which, to be fair, might be accurate, Mona admitted. But I'm starting to think our amateur detective work has attracted more attention than we bargained for. They drove in thoughtful silence for several minutes, each woman processing the implications of being under surveillance. The rural landscape that had seemed so peaceful earlier now felt full of potential threats. Well, Ida said eventually, paranoid or not, we still need to get those tire photos from Gertrude Hartwell. We can't let a possible tale derail our investigation now. Assuming Gertrude will cooperate, Ruth said dubiously. She wasn't exactly rolling out the welcome mat during our first visit, more like rolling out the barbed wire. She'll have to cooperate, Mona declared, and the others recognized the tone that meant she was preparing to deploy the look, if necessary. We need those photographs for comparison analysis, and she's the only other suspect with a tractor. Ruth checked her rear-view mirror one more time, then suddenly gripped the steering wheel tighter. Hold on, ladies. Time for some evasive maneuvers. Ruth, what are you? Helen began, but her words were cut off as Ruth yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending the massive Oldsmobile careening down a narrow side road with all the grace of a wayward shopping cart. Look out! Ida shrieked from the back seat, as they narrowly missed a stop sign, the car's undercarriage scraping ominously against the pavement. "Ruth!" Mona yelled, white-knuckling the dashboard, as Ruth took another sharp turn without slowing down. "What in the world are you doing?" "Losing our tail," Ruth announced cheerfully, executing what could generously be called a turn, but looked more like a controlled collision with the corner. "I saw this move on that detective show last week." The Oldsmobile's tires squealed in protest as Ruth whipped around another bend, sending a flock of startled chickens scattering from someone's front yard. "Don't run over that mailbox!" Helen screamed, pointing at the rapidly approaching wooden posts that Ruth seemed determined to use as a slalom marker. I see it! Ruth swerved at the last possible second, clipping the mailbox just enough to send it spinning like a pinwheel. "Barely touched it." "That's Mrs. Peterson's mailbox," Ida wailed, twisting around to watch the carnage in their wake. "She's going to call the police." "She won't recognize the car at this speed," Ruth replied with questionable logic, taking yet another turn that had Mona sliding across the bench seat like a hockey puck. "Ruth, please," Helen gasped, clutching her purse to her chest as if it might provide some protection against the laws of physics. "This is not how professional surveillance evasion works." "How would you know?" Ruth shot back, narrowly avoiding a fire hydrant that seemed to jump into their path. "When was the last time you were in a high-speed chase? Never, and I'd like to keep it that way." The Oldsmobile bounced over what might have been a speed bump or possibly a small woodland creature. It was impossible to tell at their current velocity. Ruth yanked the wheel left, then right, weaving through a residential area with the determination of someone who had clearly watched too many action movies. "There's a dog!" Mona shrieked as a golden retriever bounded into the street, apparently under the impression that the giant blue car was some sort of interactive toy. "I see him." Ruth swerved around the confused animal, who seemed more excited than alarmed by their automotive ballet. "Good reflexes for an old girl, don't you think?" "The dog or the car?" Ida demanded. But her question was lost as Ruth took another corner on what felt like two wheels. "Stop sign! Stop sign!" Helen pointed frantically at the intersection ahead. "That's more of a suggestion than a requirement," Ruth replied, slowing down just enough to constitute what traffic court might generously call a rolling stop. A trash can materialized in their path like a stubborn obstacle course marker. Ruth swerved around it, sending the metal container rolling across someone's driveway with a tremendous clatter. "Ruth, you can't just—" Mona began. "Watch me." Ruth executed another turn that would have made a NASCAR driver weep, with either admiration or terror. "Besides, we're losing them. Look behind us." Ida twisted around, peering through the rear window with the dedication of a submarine periscope operator. "I don't see the sedan anymore, but I do see about 3 homeowners standing in their driveways looking very confused." "Mission accomplished," Ruth declared triumphantly, though she was still driving as if pursued by agents of international espionage. She took 2 more seemingly random turns down increasingly narrow country roads, doubled back through a residential area where concerned residents peered from behind curtains, then executed what could only be described as a strategic retreat through a church parking lot. "Ruth," Helen said in the carefully controlled voice of someone trying to remain calm, "why are we driving through Sacred Heart's parking lot?" "Shortcut," Ruth replied, navigating between the neat rows of sensibly parked sedans with the confidence of someone who clearly considered this a reasonable life choice. "Plus, it's consecrated ground. They can't follow us here." "That's vampires, Ruth!" Ida yelled. "Vampires can't cross consecrated ground, not stalkers. Same principle." Ruth emerged from the parking lot and merged back onto their original route with all the nonchalance of someone who hadn't just treated the local neighborhood like a personal obstacle course. After several more minutes of checking mirrors, scanning side roads, and looking for signs of their mysterious followers, Ruth finally began to slow down to something resembling legal speeds. "Lost them," she announced with obvious pride, patting the Oldsmobile's dashboard affectionately. "Nothing like a little creative navigation to shake off unwanted company." "Creative navigation?" Helen gasped, still clutching her purse with both hands. "Is that what we're calling your attempt to take out half the county's infrastructure?" "Hey, we're here in one piece, aren't we?" Ruth replied defensively. "And no more tail. Plus, I barely scratched that mailbox." "You turned Mrs. Peterson's mailbox into a weather vane," Ida protested. "It'll probably improve her mail delivery," Ruth said optimistically. "More aerodynamic now." Mona was checking her pulse with the dedication of someone who wasn't entirely convinced her heart was still beating properly. "Ruth, dear, I think we need to have a discussion about the difference between evasive driving and vehicular mayhem." "Did it work?" Ruth asked simply. They all looked around. The country road stretched peacefully ahead of them, with no sign of the dark sedan or any other suspicious vehicles. Birds sang in the trees, completely unaware of the automotive chaos that had just swept through their peaceful rural neighborhood. "Well," Helen admitted grudgingly, "it did work." "Then I call it a success," Ruth declared with satisfaction. "Now, shall we go see Gertrude about those tire photographs?" As they turned onto the road leading to the Hartwell farm, they all breathed a collective sigh of relief. The dark sedan was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 13. The Hartwell property looked exactly as unwelcoming as it had during their previous visit. The farmhouse needed paint, the fence posts were crooked, and the entire place had an air of defensive hostility. Gertrude's prized vegetable garden stretched along the front yard, each plant marked with small signs warning against trespassing. "There she is," Ruth said, spotting Gertrude, working among her prize-winning pumpkin vines. "And judging by her body language, she's about as thrilled to see us as a fox in a henhouse." Gertrude Hartwell straightened up from her gardening with the slow, deliberate movements of someone preparing for confrontation. She wiped her hands on her overalls and walked toward their car with obvious reluctance. "What do you ladies want now?" Gertrude called out before they'd even finished parking. "I thought I made it clear yesterday that I don't appreciate being accused of theft by a bunch of amateur busybodies." Mona climbed out of the car and fixed Gertrude with the look that had cowed 3 generations of family members and countless retirement center staff. "Gertrude, we are not busybodies. We are conducting a legitimate investigation into a serious crime, and your cooperation would be appreciated." Helen stepped forward with her most professional demeanor. "Gertrude, as I mentioned, I have a background in journalism. I've covered enough crime stories to know that the best way to clear your name is through documented evidence. May I ask you a few questions about your whereabouts on Sunday evening?" "My whereabouts?" Gertrude's voice rose defensively. "I was right here on my own property, tending to my own business, unlike some people I could mention." "Can anyone verify that?" Helen continued smoothly, pulling out a small notebook with practiced ease. Family members, neighbors who might have seen you.
I don't need anyone to verify anything, Gertrude snapped. I showed you my pumpkin yesterday. It's bigger than Brenda's ever was. Why would I steal a smaller pumpkin when I've got a prize winner right here?
That's exactly why we need your help, Helen said, switching tactics with the skill of someone who'd interviewed reluctant sources for decades. If you're innocent, and we certainly hope you are, then helping us document that benefits everyone involved. Gertrude crossed her arms, her weathered face skeptical.
How do you figure that?
Well, Ida said, approaching with her phone ready for photography. Someone stole Brenda's pumpkin using a tractor. We've photographed tire treads from the crime scene. If we can photograph your tractor tires and prove they don't match, then you're completely cleared of suspicion.
Scientific evidence, Mona added with authority. No more speculation, no more accusations, no more visits from us asking uncomfortable questions.
Ruth leaned against the car door with studied casualness.
Unless, of course, you have some reason to avoid having your tires photographed, in which case I suppose we'd have to wonder what you're hiding.
Gertrude glared at Ruth, then at the others, clearly torn between indignation and pragmatism.
You're saying these photos would prove I didn't do it?
Exactly, Helen confirmed in her most reassuring interviewer voice. Think of it as clearing your good name through documentary evidence. Once we establish your innocence, we can focus our investigation elsewhere. Mona stepped closer, giving Gertrude the full weight of her most commanding presence.
The choice is yours, Gertrude. Cooperate now and put this matter to rest, or continue to be a suspect in an ongoing investigation. Which would you prefer?
Gertrude held Mona's gaze for a long moment, and the others could practically see her will crumbling under the force of that legendary look.
Well, Gertrude said finally, her resistance deflating, I suppose if it gets you ladies to stop suspecting me of pumpkin theft, it might be worth the trouble. But I want it on the record that I'm not happy about any of this nonsense.
She led them toward a weathered barn where her tractor sat parked beside various pieces of farm equipment. The machine looked well-maintained, despite its age, with large agricultural tires that showed plenty of wear.
There's my tractor, Gertrude announced with lingering indignation. Take all the pictures you want. You'll see these tires never set foot on Brenda Mossberry's property.
Ida immediately began photographing the tire treads and tracks from multiple angles, paying careful attention to the distinctive wear patterns and tread design.
These are perfect, she murmured, checking each image for clarity and detail. Clear definition, good lighting, excellent contrast for mathematical analysis.
While Ida worked, Helen positioned herself to continue her interview. Gertrude, in your experience, how long would it take to transport a large pumpkin by tractor from one farm to another?
It depends on the distance and terrain, Gertrude replied, apparently warming to the technical discussion. Cross-country through fields, maybe 20 minutes if you know the routes, but you'd need proper equipment, a front loader or a trailer. You can't just toss a 500-pound pumpkin in your lap.
And someone would need to know the area well, Helen pressed gently.
Course they would. You can't just go blundering around farmland in the dark. Too many fences, ditches, soft spots that'll bog you down.
Ruth was scanning the surrounding area when she noticed the dark sedan, now positioned with a clear line of sight to their location. Ladies, our fan club is back, Same car, same careful distance. All four women turned to look where Ruth was pointing. The sedan was indeed clearly visible, no longer making any pretense of concealment. "Fan club?" Gertrude asked sharply, following their gaze. "What are you talking about?" "That dark sedan," Mona said reluctantly. "It's been following us all morning." "Following you?" Gertrude's tone shifted from annoyance to alarm. "What did you ladies get yourselves mixed up in?" "We're not entirely sure," Ruth said honestly, "but it seems this missing pumpkin might be more important than we originally thought." "A pumpkin?" Gertrude stared at them incredulously. "Someone's following you over a missing pumpkin?" "If I were you, ladies, I'd be careful. Some of your suspects might not be stable. Take Doris, for example." Mona frowned. "What about Doris?" Gertrude glanced around, then hesitated. "Well, it's not really for me to say, but let's just say she's made some very dark threats against people that cross her." "We're almost finished anyway," Ida assured her, taking the last few tire tread photographs. "These should give us everything we need for a comprehensive comparative analysis." "And when will you have results?" Gertrude asked, her tone suggesting she wanted this entire situation resolved immediately. "I'll need several hours to process the images and run the comparative measurements," Ida replied with scientific precision. "But I should have preliminary findings by this afternoon, with full analysis complete by evening." Mona fixed Gertrude with another authoritative look. "The sooner we clear this up, the sooner everyone can get back to their normal routines without suspicious cars or unwanted visits." As they prepared to leave, the dark sedan began moving again, positioning itself to resume surveillance. The subtle cat-and-mouse game had evolved into an open monitoring operation. "Gertrude," Helen said, slipping into her professional mode one final time, "if you see anything else suspicious, or if anyone comes around asking questions about us or this investigation, would you contact Ruth immediately? This could be important for everyone's safety." "I might," Gertrude replied, though her tone had softened considerably under Mona's continued influence. "Assuming you prove I had nothing to do with this pumpkin business." "We will," Helen promised, though her attention was focused on documenting the sedan's license plate number for her notes. Ruth started the engine with characteristic directness. "Well, ladies, looks like our little agricultural investigation has graduated to the big leagues. Anyone else feeling like we might be in over our heads?" As they pulled away from the Hartwell farm, their mysterious tail fell in behind them with almost professional precision. The game of amateur detection had suddenly become much more serious, and none of them were quite sure what they'd gotten themselves into. Chapter 14. Ruth pulled into the Cup and Cake parking lot like a getaway driver, her eyes constantly flicking to the rearview mirror. The sedan hadn't appeared since they left Gertie's, but that somehow made her more nervous, not less. "Coast looks clear," Mona said, though she was scanning the street just as intently as Ruth. "For now," Helen added grimly, clutching her purse with white knuckles. Ida was practically bouncing in her seat, completely undeterred by their surveillance situation. "Perfect timing for the tire tread analysis. The lighting in here should be optimal for photographic comparison work." They made their way into the cozy cafe like a tactical unit, Ruth holding the door while the others filed in, everyone stealing glances over their shoulders. The familiar warmth and coffee-scented air of Cup and Cake should have been comforting, but their paranoia was running too high for complete relaxation. corner table," Ruth murmured, nodding toward a spot where they could both watch the entrance and the parking lot through the large front windows. "Excellent defensive positioning," Ida agreed, making her way toward the table with her purse full of investigation materials. Once they were settled with their backs to the wall and clear sight lines to all potential threats, Ida began unpacking her supplies with the efficiency of a forensic investigator. She spread out printed photos of tire treads, mathematical charts covered in measurements and calculations, and several magnifying glasses of varying strengths. Lexi appeared at their table with a coffee pot, taking in the spread of evidence with obvious curiosity. "Ladies, you look like you're planning a bank heist or solving a murder. What's with all the spy stuff?" "Scientific analysis," Ida said importantly, adjusting one of her magnifying glasses. "We're conducting comparative measurements using geometric principles and statistical modeling." Lexi poured coffee into their cups while studying the tire tread photos with interest. "Okay, but why do you all look like you're expecting the FBI to kick down the door any minute?" The four women exchanged glances. Ruth finally spoke up, keeping her voice low. "Someone's been following us. Same car, 3 different locations. We think it might be connected to, well, to what we're working on." "Following you?" Lexi's voice rose with concern. "Should I call Jack?" "We're not sure it's that serious yet," Mona said quickly. "Could be a coincidence. 3-location convergence probability indicates less than 8% chance of coincidence," Ida added, pulling out a calculator. "But we need more data points for a definitive statistical conclusion." Lexi looked around the cafe, taking in the few other customers. "Well, you picked a good spot. I can see everything from behind the counter, and Cassie's in the kitchen if you need backup." "What are you working on that's got people following you around?" Helen cleared her throat diplomatically. "We're looking into something that went missing from a friend's property. Agricultural theft." "That pumpkin theft you asked about earlier?" Lexi asked, intrigued. Mona nodded. "I didn't realize that would get so serious." Lexi glanced out the window. "Well, I'll keep an eye out for suspicious cars. You ladies want your usual pastries while you do your agricultural investigation?"
"Please," Mona said gratefully. "And maybe keep those coffee cups full. This might take a while." As Lexi headed back to the counter, returning moments later with a generous assortment of pastries on a large plate, Ida was already deep into her analysis, using a ruler to measure tire tread patterns in the photographs with impressive precision. Ida immediately claimed a pumpkin spice cookie from the selection, placing it squarely on her plate, then discreetly wrapped a cinnamon scone in a napkin and tucked it into her purse. "Emergency snack," she explained matter-of-factly when Helen raised an eyebrow. "Mathematical analysis requires sustained energy levels." "First comparison," she announced, placing Tom Knowles's tire tread photos next to the crime scene evidence from Brenda's farm. "Tread width. Tom's tractor tires measure 18.3 centimeters between major grooves. Crime scene tire tracks measure 21.7 centimeters. Ruth kept one eye on the parking lot while Ida worked. A blue pickup truck pulled in, but it was just old Mr. Jenkins from the hardware store. A red sedan drove past on the street, but it didn't slow down or seem to be watching them. "Tread pattern analysis," Ida continued, adjusting her magnifying glass. "Tom's tires show a standard agricultural pattern, straight parallel grooves with minimal cross-hatching. The crime scene photos show a more complex pattern with diagonal elements and deeper channeling." "What does that mean?"
Helen asked, though she was also monitoring the entrance. "It means," Ida said with obvious satisfaction, "that Tom Knowles's tractor did not make the tire tracks at Brenda's farm. The mathematics are conclusive." Mona looked up from watching the street. "So Tom's not our pumpkin thief. Not based on tire evidence," Ida confirmed, already moving on to the next set of photos. "Now, let's examine Gertrude Hartwell's tractor treads." She spread out the photos they'd managed to take during their reconnaissance mission at Gertrude's farm, positioning them carefully next to the crime scene evidence. Gertrude's tires, Ida began, measuring carefully, show a width of 19.8 centimeters between major grooves, still not a match for the 21.7 centimeter crime scene measurement. Ruth spotted a dark car turning onto their street and tensed, but it was just a family heading to the grocery store next door. "Pattern analysis for Gertrude's tires," Ida continued, consulting her charts. "Standard farm implement treads designed for soil traction rather than road use. The crime scene pattern shows characteristics more consistent with mixed-use agricultural equipment." "Another elimination?" Mona asked. "Another elimination," Ida confirmed, sitting back with obvious disappointment. "Neither Tom nor Gertrude's tractors match the tire evidence from the crime scene." The reality of what this meant began to sink in around the table. Their two prime suspects, the ones with obvious motives and clear means, had been ruled out by scientific evidence. "So we're back to Laura Jenkins and Doris Cumberland," Helen said thoughtfully. "Neither of whom seems physically capable of moving a 520-pound pumpkin," Ruth pointed out, still scanning the parking lot. "Unless they had help," Mona suggested, "or equipment we don't know about." Ida was already packing up her tire tread analysis materials, though she kept glancing at her calculations as if hoping the numbers would change. The mathematics don't lie. Whatever vehicle was used at Brenda's farm, it wasn't Tom's or Gertrude's tractor. "Ladies," Helen said quietly, her voice tight with tension, "don't look obvious about it, but there's a dark sedan parked across the street. Same profile as the car that's been following us." They all tried to glance casually toward the window while maintaining a normal conversation. Sure enough, a dark sedan was positioned across the street with a clear view of the cafe entrance. "That's definitely our tail," Ruth said grimly. "Third sighting today." "Should we confront them?" Mona asked, her journalist instincts kicking in. "March over there and demand to know who they are and what they want?" "Absolutely," Ruth said, starting to stand up. "I'm tired of being followed around like some kind of criminal." But Ida grabbed her arm. "Wait, let's observe first. The scientific method applies to surveillance situations, too. We should gather data before taking action." They spent the next several minutes trying to act natural while stealing glances at the mysterious vehicle. The windows were tinted dark enough that they couldn't see the driver, but the car remained motionless, clearly watching the cafe. "This is ridiculous," Ruth finally declared, pushing back her chair. "I'm going over there." "We'll come with you," Helen said, standing up as well. But as they gathered their courage and prepared to march across the street for a confrontation, the sedan's engine started. By the time they made it to the cafe door, the mysterious vehicle was already pulling away, disappearing around the corner with practiced ease. "Cowards," Ruth muttered, staring after the departed car. "Professional cowards," Ida corrected, consulting her watch. They maintained surveillance for exactly 11 minutes, then departed when we showed signs of direct engagement. That's not amateur behavior. Back at their table, the mood had shifted from scientific excitement to genuine unease. The tire tread analysis had eliminated their prime suspects, and their mysterious followers were becoming increasingly difficult to dismiss as coincidence. "So where does this leave us?" Helen asked as they prepared to leave the cafe. "With two suspects who don't seem physically capable of the crime," Mona summarized. "And professional surveillance of unknown origin," Ruth added darkly. "But also with definitive scientific evidence about what didn't happen," Ida said, trying to maintain some optimism. "We can rule out Tom and Gertrude completely. That narrows our focus to Doris Cumberland and Laura Jenkins. Don't forget, we still haven't found the pumpkin. Unless it's not a pumpkin anymore." Ida bit into a pumpkin molasses cookie. Ruth frowned. "What do you mean?" "What if someone cut it up and used it, like for baked goods?" Ida said. "Doris Cumberland did have a lot of pumpkin dishes at her booth." Helen sipped her coffee. "We need to get back to the whiteboard," Ruth declared. "Reassess everything we know with Tom and Gertrude eliminated." Mona's phone buzzed on the table. She glanced at the screen, her mouth tightening. Brenda. "Only one more day. Please tell me you have something." The four women exchanged uneasy looks. "Absolutely," Mona agreed. "This changes our whole suspect matrix. And of course we'll need proper sustenance for strategic planning," Ida added practically. They all turned toward the cafe counter in unison. "Lexi," Helen called out, "a box of assorted to go, please." Chapter 15. Back at Mona's apartment, they spread their evidence across the mahogany dining table like seasoned detectives, though the delicate rose-painted teacups and lace doilies somewhat undermined the serious crime-solving atmosphere. "All right, ladies," Mona said, settling into her chair with the authority of someone who'd watched too many police procedurals. "Let's face facts. We've eliminated our two best suspects with cold, hard mathematics." Ida looked up from her tire tread calculations with obvious pride, despite their disappointing results. "Tom Knowles and Gertrude Hartwell are definitely cleared. The numbers don't lie." "Which leaves us with Laura Jenkins, the scarecrow-armed bee enthusiasm, and Doris Cumberland, the vengeful pie-maker," Ruth summarized, consulting her iPad. Helen abandoned her post at the window long enough to rejoin the group. "I keep thinking about that car following us. 3 separate sightings isn't coincidence, it's surveillance." "Professional surveillance," Ruth corrected grimly. "They knew exactly when to back off, when to disappear. That's not amateur hour." Mona frowned. "But who conducts professional surveillance over a stolen pumpkin? It's not exactly organized crime." "Maybe it's not about the pumpkin," Helen said, returning to peek through the curtains. "Maybe investigating it led us somewhere we weren't supposed to go." Ida set down her magnifying glass with uncharacteristic hesitation. "What if my calculations were wrong? What if I eliminated Tom and Gertrude by mistake, and we're chasing the wrong suspects while the real thief gets away? Ida, you measured those tire treads more thoroughly than a forensics team," Ruth said firmly. "Your methodology was bulletproof." "But mathematical principles are only as good as their application," Ida worried. recalculating measurements for the 10th time. Human error could have compromised everything. Ruth closed her iPad with a decisive snap. Maybe we should call Jack. I know this isn't his case. Nobody died, nobody got hurt, but surveillance suggests this is bigger than we thought. And tell him what? Mona asked. That we think someone might be following us while we investigate produce theft? He'll laugh us right out of the station. It's up to us to find justice, Ruth muttered, though she sounded less convinced than usual. Mona stood up and moved to their makeshift evidence board with renewed determination. We're not giving up now. We're close, I can feel it. Close to what? Ruth asked skeptically. We have 2 suspects who couldn't lift a pumpkin if their lives depended on it, and mysterious followers who seem more qualified for this investigation than we are. Which means we're on the right track, Mona insisted. Someone thinks we matter enough to watch. That's not random, that's reactive. For the next hour, they brainstormed approaches to their remaining suspects, trying to balance investigation with safety. I could attend one of Laura Jenkins' bee conservation workshops, Helen suggested. Natural cover story, research for the garden club. And I could legitimately ask Doris Cumberland about her pie recipes for the Senior Center cookbook project, Ida added, warming to the idea. Helen returned to her surveillance post, systematically scanning the street. That white van by the corner market wasn't there when we arrived. Could be nothing, could be our watchers adapting. The frustration was building like steam in a pressure cooker. I hate feeling watched, Ruth muttered. I hate having suspects who seem physically incapable of the crime, Mona added. I hate second-guessing my mathematics, Ida said, reviewing her calculations again. And I hate not knowing who's out there, Helen concluded from the window. As the afternoon wore on, their speculation grew increasingly wild. Maybe it's one of our suspects, Helen suggested, Laura or Doris monitoring our investigation. Or someone we haven't considered yet, Ida mused. Ruth looked up with sudden concern. Or maybe it's personal. I've dated some pretty sketchy guys over the years. Ruth, Helen exclaimed. What? There's Derek, who turned out to be married to 3 different women, and Brad, who might have been running an illegal turtle racing operation. And don't get me started on Mike, who claimed he was a landscape architecture, but I'm pretty sure he was actually smuggling garden gnomes across state lines. Garden gnome smuggling? Mona asked incredulously. It's a thing. They have different regulations in different states. Mike was very passionate about gnome freedom. Ida looked up from her charts. Actually, personal connections would explain the surveillance timing better than random criminal interest. Or, Helen said thoughtfully, maybe it's connected to Ida's CIA background, some old case resurfacing. My CIA work was decades ago, Ida protested. Mostly statistical analysis and pattern recognition, nothing that should attract current attention. Unless someone's worried about exactly those skills, Helen pointed out, your ability to find patterns others miss. Like what? The secret conspiracy behind competitive pumpkin growing? Ruth asked sarcastically. Stranger things have happened, Mona said. Remember the ferret case? The ferret was living in the church organ, Ida reminded her. That's not exactly international espionage. No, but it taught us that innocent situations can hide complicated truths, Mona replied. By late afternoon, they'd exhausted their theories and energy. Their stalker could be anyone: suspects, ex-boyfriends, foreign agents, or completely unknown entities with interests they couldn't begin to fathom. "This is incredibly helpful," Ruth said dryly. "Really narrows it down to everyone we've ever met, plus some people we haven't." "At least we know they're professionals," Helen added from her window post. "Amateur surveillance would be more obvious." "Which brings us back to why professionals would care about 4 amateur detectives investigating produce theft," Ida said with obvious frustration. The silence that followed was heavy with unanswered questions. They were no closer to solving Brenda's case, but they'd somehow attracted attention that far exceeded anything a stolen pumpkin should warrant. "Maybe," Mona said quietly, "the pumpkin was never the real target. Maybe stealing it was meant to trigger exactly this kind of investigation." "That's terrifying," Helen said. "Or maybe we stumbled into something we were never meant to find," Ruth added pessimistically. "And now we're in way over our heads." Just as the weight of their situation was settling over them like a suffocating blanket, 3 sharp knocks echoed through the apartment. Precise, deliberate, official-sounding. The 4 women froze around the dining table, their evidence spread before them like an accusation. Ruth grabbed her purse, checking for her phone. Mona gathered their most incriminating notes. Ida clutched her mathematical calculations protectively. The knocking came again. 3 raps. Pause. 3 more. Patient, but insistent. Mona glanced out the window to see that the sedan's driver's seat was empty. "Oh, no," she whispered, voice tight with panic. "It's our stalker." Chapter 16. Helen grabbed the brass fireplace poker, testing its weight with the efficiency of someone who'd clearly given this scenario previous thought. Ruth snatched up Mona's prized ceramic umbrella stand, a heavy Victorian piece that could definitely cause some damage. Ida, ever practical, selected the heavy crystal fruit bowl from the sideboard, dumping the decorative autumn gourds onto the carpet with a series of soft thuds. Mona herself wielded the delicate rose-painted teapot from their earlier coffee service, raising it above her head like a floral weapon of mass destruction. "On 3, she mouthed silently, positioning herself directly in front of the door. Ruth and Helen flanked the entrance like a SWAT team, if SWAT teams typically carried umbrella stands and fireplace accessories. Ida crouched behind the dining table, crystal bowl at the ready, prepared to launch a devastating surprise attack. The knocking came again. 3 raps, pause, 3 more. Mona held up 1 finger, then 2, then 3. She yanked the door open with dramatic flair, teapot raised in a threatening arc, ready to deliver justice with fine-boned china. "Freeze! We're armed and—" Oh. Standing on the doormat was a small, round woman in her 60s, flour-dusted hands clutching a large wicker basket, her eyes wide with terror as she stared at the arsenal of domestic weapons pointed in her direction. She wore a cardigan covered in appliqué pumpkins and had the expression of someone who'd just realized she might have made a serious tactical error. "Please don't hit me with the teapot," Doris squeaked, raising her hands in surrender while trying not to drop her basket. "I just came to confess." The 4 ladies slowly lowered their makeshift weapons, staring in complete shock. "Doris?" Mona practically shrieked, nearly dropping her teapot. "You're our stalker?" "What? No," Doris protested, waving her hands frantically while backing away. "I mean, yes, I was following you, but stalker sounds so criminal." Ruth pointed her umbrella stand accusingly. "You've been the one in that creepy sedan, following us around town like some kind of amateur spy," Helen finished, brandishing the poker. "We thought you were a professional, or a foreign agent." "Or one of Ruth's sketchy ex-boyfriends," Ida added helpfully, still clutching her crystal bowl. "Ladies," Doris squeaked, looking genuinely terrified. "Please, I can explain everything. I learned surveillance from YouTube." "You learned surveillance from YouTube?" Ida asked incredulously, abandoning her battle station behind the dining table. Doris looked slightly proud despite her nervousness. "Quite educational, actually, though most of the tutorials assume you're investigating cheating spouses, not amateur detectives with mathematical analysis skills. I even borrowed my nephew's car because it's a dark sedan. They say that's the best kind of car." Helen lowered the poker but kept it in sight. "Why were you following us?" "Because I panicked," Doris admitted. "After that horrible scene with Brenda at the pie contest, everyone knows we had words. When her pumpkin went missing, I realized how guilty that would make me look."
"So you decided to monitor our investigation?" Mona asked.
"I thought if I knew what evidence you had, I could prepare some kind of defense, though I wasn't sure what kind. My experience with criminal procedure comes entirely from watching Matlock reruns."
"But you said you were using your own pumpkins for all that baking," Mona said slowly.
"Every last one of them," Doris confirmed with growing confidence. "I deliberately used up my entire pumpkin harvest because I was planning to teach Brenda Henderson a lesson about insulting my gourds." The ladies leaned forward with interest. "What kind of lesson?" Ruth asked. Doris reached into her basket and pulled out a photograph of an impressive blue-gray squash that looked substantial enough to feed a small army. "This kind of lesson," she said proudly. "Blue Hubbard winter squash. 23 pounds of dense, sweet flesh that makes Brenda's watery giant pumpkin look like amateur hour." "That's beautiful," Helen said admiringly. "After Brenda called my gourds shrivelly little things and suggested I should use canned pumpkin," Doris continued, her voice growing stronger, "I decided to show her what real expertise looks like. This Blue Hubbard will win the specialty squash category while demonstrating that culinary excellence matters more than raw size."
"So you're not competing against Brenda directly," Ida observed.
"I'm competing against her philosophy," Doris said firmly. "Quality over quantity. Traditional methods over flashy spectacle. When my Blue Hubbard takes the ribbon while her stolen pumpkin sits empty-handed, everyone will understand which approach produces superior results." Ruth looked up from studying the photograph. "Wait, you said stolen pumpkin? You don't think she'll recover it?" Doris's confident expression faltered. "Well, I assumed. I mean, it's been missing for days."
"Doris," Mona said carefully, "do you have any idea who might have actually taken it?"
"I've been so worried about looking guilty myself. I haven't really considered other possibilities," Doris admitted, "though Laura Jenkins has been quite vocal about Brenda's pesticide use. And there was talk at the feed store about Tom Knowles having contamination problems." We eliminated both of them, Helen said. Tire tread evidence. Tire treads? Doris looked impressed. No wonder I was terrified of your investigation. That's remarkably thorough for amateur detectives. Ida's mathematical analysis, Ruth explained proudly. Neither Tom nor Gertrude's tractors match the crime scene evidence. So we're back to square one, Mona said with frustration. No viable suspects, and the competition is this weekend. Doris looked around at their evidence-covered dining table with genuine sympathy. I'm sorry I wasted your time with all the surveillance drama. I should have just come forward and explained about the blue Hubbard from the beginning. No harm done, Helen said diplomatically, though next time, maybe call ahead instead of mysterious surveillance. Definitely, Doris agreed. My nerves aren't built for espionage work. Mr. Whiskers is much better at covert operations than I am. Mr. Whiskers? Ruth asked. My alpha cat. He's got excellent reconnaissance skills, though his intelligence reports are primarily food-related. Doris stood up, gathering her basket. I should let you get back to your investigation. I hope you find Brenda's pumpkin. Competition isn't nearly as satisfying without a proper opponent. As Doris prepared to leave, Mona's phone rang. The caller ID showed Brenda's name. Brenda? Mona answered, putting it on speaker. Ladies, please tell me you have good news. Brenda's voice was strained, nearly desperate. The competition is the day after tomorrow. I'm supposed to deliver my entry to the pavilion for prejudging by 8 a.m., and I have nothing to show them. People keep asking me about my pumpkin, and I'm running out of excuses. The four ladies exchanged worried glances. They could hear the panic in Brenda's voice. We're making progress, Mona said carefully. We've eliminated several suspects. Eliminated? Brenda's voice cracked. I don't need suspects eliminated. I need my pumpkin found. Do you realize what this is going to do to my standing in the community? I've been bragging about this entry for months. After Brenda hung up, the room fell into uncomfortable silence. One more day, Ruth said quietly. 36 hours. We failed her, Helen said, looking around at their evidence-covered dining table. All this investigation, and we're no closer to finding that pumpkin than when we started. After Doris left, the four ladies sat in contemplative silence, processing the unexpected resolution to their stalker mystery. Well, Ruth said finally, that was convenient. Too convenient? Helen asked, her journalist instincts kicking in. Mona looked up from gathering their evidence. You don't believe her? I want to believe her, Helen said carefully, but think about it. She shows up right after we're discussing having no suspects left, provides a perfect explanation for her suspicious behavior, and conveniently eliminates herself from consideration. Plus, Ruth added, she could be lying about the blue Hubbard. Maybe she doesn't have one. Maybe she made up the whole story after stealing Brenda's pumpkin. Ida looked up from her calculations with interest. That's actually statistically possible. Guilty parties often volunteer information to appear helpful while misdirecting investigations. But how would she move a 520-pound pumpkin? Mona asked. She's not exactly built for heavy lifting. She probably knows someone with a tractor. Half the county has them, Helen pointed out. Ruth was already pulling out her iPad. What if her car got damaged trying to transport something that size? That would explain why she needed to borrow another vehicle for surveillance. Or,
Ida said thoughtfully. Maybe she had help, accomplices we don't know about. Mona studied their evidence spread across the table. So do we believe her story about the Blue Hubbard revenge plan, or do we think she's a very clever thief trying to throw us off her trail?
Both scenarios are plausible, Ruth admitted, though I have to say the Blue Hubbard explanation felt genuine. Her passion for traditional baking methods seemed real. Criminals can be passionate about their cover stories, Helen pointed out.
True, Mona said. But if she is lying and she's not the thief, that leaves us with Laura Jenkins, Ida finished, our last remaining suspect.
The scarecrow-armed environmental activist, Ruth said skeptically. She seems even less capable of pumpkin theft than Doris. Unless she had help too, Helen suggested. Environmental groups can be surprisingly organized when they're motivated.
True, and she does have that charm bracelet, Mona added. Maybe she has access to machinery through her bee conservation work. Ida was already making notes. We need to investigate Laura Jenkins more thoroughly, interview her directly instead of just observing from a distance.
Assuming Doris is telling the truth, Ruth said.
If she's not, we're wasting time chasing the wrong suspect while the real thief, possibly Doris herself, gets away with it.
So, what's our next move? Helen asked.
Mona looked around at her friends with determination. We approach Laura Jenkins, but we keep Doris on our radar. If her story about the Blue Hubbard doesn't check out, we'll know she's playing us.
And if Laura Jenkins seems innocent too? Ruth asked.
Then we're back to square one, with a much bigger mystery than we thought, Mona said grimly. But at least we'll know we've eliminated our obvious suspects through proper investigation.
Tomorrow we talk to Jenkins, Helen declared. Time to find out if our last suspect is innocent, guilty, or just another red herring.
And hope that somewhere in all this we actually find Brenda's pumpkin, Ida added practically.
Before the competition, Ruth reminded them. Because if we don't solve this by Saturday, Brenda's chances of winning are finished, regardless of who took it.
Chapter 17. The next morning, Mona was standing in her apartment, staring at their whiteboard with its crossed-out suspects and dwindling leads, when her phone rang. "Ruth?" she answered.
"Emergency!" Ruth's voice was tight with panic. "Get down to the lobby now."
"What's wrong? Is someone hurt?"
"Worse, it's Ida. She's... Just get down here."
Mona hurried to the elevator, her mind racing through possibilities. Had Ida fallen? Had another resident complained about her borrowing things?
Had she finally gotten caught sneaking pastries out of the dining room?
The elevator doors opened to reveal what could only be described as an academic conference gone rogue. Ida had commandeered 3 coffee tables in the lobby, spreading them with hand-drawn charts, probability matrices, and what appeared to be a detailed statistical analysis of bingo calling patterns dating back 6 months. She stood at the center, like a professor delivering a crucial lecture, using a wooden coffee stirrer as a pointer. "As you can see," Ida was saying to her rapt audience of 12 senior citizens, "Mrs. Henderson's calling pattern shows a 23% bias toward numbers ending in 7 during evening sessions."
"But what about the B column frequency?" Harold called out from the back, frantically scribbling notes on a napkin. "Excellent question, Harold. If you'll direct your attention to Chart C—" Ida flipped to another diagram, with the confidence of someone presenting to the Nobel Committee. Ruth appeared at Mona's elbow, looking frazzled. She started with one person asking about her bingo success. Now she's got a cult following. "This is why we can't leave her unsupervised," Mona muttered, watching as Beatrice Oswald raised her hand like an eager student. "Ida, dear," Beatrice called out, "what about when they use the automatic ball machine versus hand-drawing?" "Ah!" Ida's eyes lit up. "That's where my correlation analysis really shines." Helen appeared on Mona's other side, looking equally mortified. "She's been at this for 20 minutes. The activities director is hiding in her office." "Someone needs to shut this down before she starts charging tuition," Ruth said grimly. That's when things got heated. "I disagree with your 7 bias theory," declared Marvin Fletcher, waving his dentures case for emphasis. "I've been tracking my own patterns, and the statistical significance is clearly in the 40 to 50 range during afternoon games." The lobby erupted in statistical warfare as Team Ida squared off against Team Marvin, with various residents choosing sides and brandishing their own hastily scribbled data sheets. "This is a disaster," Mona said, watching Ida beam with pride as her academic revolution consumed the retirement center's morning coffee hour. Just then, Marvin Fletcher waved his coffee cup in the air. "You know, Ida, all these patterns and mathematical relationships, it reminds me of what we see in nature." "Exactly right, Marvin," Ida said, clearly delighted to expand her lecture. "Mathematics is everywhere. Weather patterns, flower arrangements, even insect behavior follows predictable statistical models." "Oh, yes," piped up Mary Bellwether from her seat near the window. "Laura Jenkins explained that very thing to me just last week. She said bees are incredibly mathematical creatures. They calculate the most efficient flight paths. Their honeycomb is built on perfect hexagonal geometry. And they even do little waggle dances that communicate precise mathematical directions to food sources." The bingo statisticians murmured with impressed appreciation. "She knows so much about these things," Mary continued enthusiastically. "The whole ecosystem is really just one big mathematical equation when you think about it. Pollination rates, population dynamics, seasonal variations. It's all connected through numbers and patterns." "That does sound fascinating," Harold admitted. Mary's expression grew more serious. "And that's exactly why her environmental work is so important. All these mathematical relationships in nature are being disrupted by pesticides and chemicals. It's destroying the natural mathematical balance." She looked around the group hopefully. "I do hope everyone here has signed her petition about pesticide regulation." The residents suddenly found their coffee cups and charts extremely interesting, studying them with intense focus while avoiding eye contact. "Oh," Mary said, deflating slightly. "Well, if anyone hasn't signed it yet, you can go right over to her house. She's always happy to have visitors, and she loves explaining the science behind her environmental work. She'd be delighted to have you sign the petition." Mona's eyes lit up as if she'd just solved a complex equation. "Aha!" she exclaimed. loud enough to make several residents jump. "That's exactly how we can have an excuse to interrogate her." Ruth and Helen stared at her in alarm. "I mean," Mona said quickly, realizing she'd spoken out loud, "that's exactly how we can, show our support for environmental mathematics. Yes, mathematical environmentalism, very important cause." Mary beamed. "Oh, wonderful. Laura will be so pleased. She lives just down Maple Street in the yellow house with all the wildflower gardens." Ruth grabbed Mona's arm before she could say anything else incriminating. "We should definitely go support that mathematical environmental cause." "Right now," Helen added firmly, beginning to steer Mona toward the door. "Before we say anything else, we shouldn't." Chapter 18. 20 minutes later, they had pried Ida away from her statistics lecture, and Ruth's Oldsmobile was driving up the driveway to Laura Jenkins' property, past a weathered mailbox decorated with hand-painted bees and butterflies. The house was a charming old farmhouse, painted soft yellow with white trim that had seen better decades. But it was the outbuildings that caught their attention. A massive red barn that looked like it could house a small aircraft, and a potting shed that seemed larger than some people's garages. "Well," Ida observed from the back seat, "she certainly got plenty of places to hide a giant pumpkin." The property was a riot of late-season color. Perennial gardens sprawled in organized chaos around the house and buildings, filled with native wildflowers, towering sunflowers, and what appeared to be every bee-friendly plant known to botany. The air hummed with the industrious buzzing of bees and the flutter of monarch butterflies preparing for their southern migration. They found Laura kneeling in a flower bed near the potting shed, wearing a wide-brimmed sun hat that made her look like a character from a Victorian garden party. She was carefully deadheading spent blooms when she spotted their approach, and her expression immediately shifted to cautious recognition. "Oh," she said, rising slowly and brushing dirt from her knees. "You're the ladies from the other day, the ones with the reckless parking situation?" Ruth winced slightly, but Mona stepped forward with her most diplomatic smile. "We really are sorry about that. And," Helen added smoothly, "we heard from Mary Bellwether that you have a petition about pesticide regulation that we'd like to sign." Laura's entire demeanor transformed, as if someone had flipped a switch from suspicious to delighted. "Oh, how wonderful. I'm so glad there are people in this community who care about environmental protection." She practically bounced on her toes. "Let me get the petition right now." She hurried toward the house, her charm bracelet creating a soft musical tinkling with each enthusiastic step. The moment she disappeared inside, the ladies sprang into action like a well-rehearsed reconnaissance team. "Quick," Mona whispered. "Check the barn windows." Helen scurried toward the large structure, trying to peer through grimy glass, while maintaining the appearance of casual garden appreciation. Ruth headed for the potting shed, craning her neck to see inside while pretending to admire a nearby stand of fall asters. Ida, meanwhile, had discovered a butterfly bush the size of a small tree and was practically diving into its purple branches. "Ida, what are you doing?" Mona hissed. "Scientific observation," Ida replied, her voice muffled by foliage. "This bush could hide all sorts of evidence. Very thorough hiding place for—" "Just what are you doing?" They all froze. Laura was standing on the porch steps, petition in hand, staring at their obvious snooping with growing suspicion.
"You didn't really come here for the petition, did you?" Laura said slowly, her earlier enthusiasm cooling rapidly.
Caught red-handed, Mona decided to abandon subtlety entirely.
"Laura, we're looking for Brenda Henderson's missing pumpkin, and we know about the feud between you two over her pesticide use."
"You think I stole her pumpkin?" Laura's voice rose with indignation. "That I would stoop to theft just because I disagree with her farming methods?"
"Actually," Mona said, reaching into her purse with dramatic flair, "we have proof that you were in Brenda's barn."
She pulled out the small angel charm and held it up like a prosecutor presenting evidence.
"We found this in Brenda's barn right after her pumpkin was stolen."
Mona pointed at Laura's charm bracelet with triumph.
"And unless I'm mistaken, you're missing a wing from one of your charms."
Laura sputtered. "That doesn't prove anything. Anyone could have these bracelets." "Not with a missing charm, though," Helen pointed out reasonably. Mona pressed their advantage.
"Things will go much easier if you just admit you stole the pumpkin. If you return it in time for the contest, no one need even know."
She gestured toward the massive barn.
"Where is it? In there?"
Laura stared at them for a long moment, and something shifted in her expression. The defensive anger was replaced by something that might have been resignation, or perhaps something more calculating.
"You ladies don't give up, do you?" she said finally.
The three women straightened proudly.
"Of course not," Mona declared. "We've solved many mysteries. Multiple murders," Ruth added helpfully.
"Several cases of fraud," Helen contributed.
"One memorable ferret situation," Ida called from behind the butterfly bush.
Laura's demeanor changed again, but this time the shift made Mona's confidence waver. There was something almost predatory in Laura's sudden smile.
"Fine, then," Laura said, her voice taking on a tone that made all three ladies exchange nervous glances. "You want to see what's in the barn? I'll show you."
Suddenly, Mona didn't feel quite so confident about their detective skills.
"Well," Ida said, finally extricating herself from the butterfly bush with leaves in her hair, "maybe we could just take your word for it."
But Laura was already moving, grabbing Ida firmly by the elbow.
"Oh, no. I'm going to show you exactly what I've been hiding."
She practically dragged Ida toward the barn, with the others hurrying along behind, their earlier bravado evaporating rapidly. Laura pulled open the heavy doors with surprising strength, revealing a dark interior that could have contained anything.
"In you go,"
Laura said, her voice carrying an edge that made Mona wish they'd brought backup. Or weapons. Or Jack. The inside of the barn was dim and musty, filled with shadows that could hide any number of secrets. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, Mona could make out various shapes covered with tarps, tools hanging from the walls, and what might have been agricultural equipment lurking in the corners.
"You're right," Laura said from behind them, her voice echoing in the cavernous space. "I was in Brenda's barn."
"Aha!" Ida exclaimed, though her triumphant tone was somewhat undermined by the nervous quaver in her voice. Ruth squinted into the gloom. "I don't see any pumpkin."
"That's because," Laura said, moving to a pile of tarps in the center of the barn, "I didn't take a pumpkin."
With a dramatic flourish, she whipped away the coverings to reveal not a giant orange gourd, but dozens of bags of chemical fertilizer, pesticide containers, and what appeared to be enough toxic agricultural products to supply a medium-sized farm operation. "That's what I took," Laura said with grim satisfaction. "Every bag of poison I could carry. Saturday night, I knew Brenda would be at the bean supper, so I went over with my posse, and we took every container of chemical death we could fit in our truck. Didn't touch a pumpkin. Didn't even see one." The ladies stood in stunned silence, staring at the small mountain of confiscated agricultural chemicals. "So, you see," Laura continued, "while you've been chasing me around as your prime pumpkin thief, I was actually conducting environmental protection operations. Those chemicals are going to be properly disposed of instead of contaminating the ecosystem." Mona felt her detective theories crumbling around her. But the charm must have broken off when I was loading bags," Laura said matter-of-factly. "These bracelets aren't built for heavy lifting." 20 minutes later, they sat in Ruth's Oldsmobile at the end of Laura's driveway, staring at the peaceful farmhouse and processing their complete failure. "So," Ruth said finally, "that was our last suspect." "Our only remaining suspect," Helen corrected morosely. "We've never run out of suspects before," Mona said, slumping in the passenger seat. "This case is harder than any murder we've solved." Ida leaned forward from the back seat. "Either there's someone not on our list, or we missed one of the clues," Mona finished grimly. They sat in contemplative silence, watching bees buzzing around Laura's wildflower gardens, each lost in their own thoughts about how 4 experienced amateur detectives could have gotten so thoroughly stumped by a missing pumpkin. "So, what now?" Ruth asked finally. "Now," Mona said with more confidence than she felt, "we go back to the beginning and figure out what we missed. Tomorrow is the contest, and we need to figure this out once and for all, even if we have to stay up all night to do it." Chapter 19. The first thing Mona became aware of was the persistent chirping of her alarm clock, which seemed to be coming from somewhere far away and underwater. The second thing was the unmistakable sensation of having a whiteboard marker permanently fused to her right hand. She opened one crusty eye and found herself face to face with their evidence board, which now resembled something a deranged mathematics professor might have created during a caffeine-induced breakdown. Red marker streaks covered not just the whiteboard, but somehow had migrated to her cheek, the dining room wallpaper, and what appeared to be Ruth's forehead. Did we solve it?" Mona croaked, trying to peel the marker cap from where it had embedded itself in her palm. A muffled snort came from the direction of the pastry plate. Ida's head popped up from where she'd been using a half-eaten apple turnover as a pillow. Bits of glazed sugar stuck to her silver hair like festive dandruff. 5 more minutes, teacher," Ida mumbled, then focused on Mona with bleary eyes. "Oh, hi. I was having the most wonderful dream about winning the lottery with my bingo frequency analysis. Ruth, Mona called, looking around the disaster zone that had once been her tidy dining room. Coffee cups sat abandoned at various stages of consumption, creating rings on every available surface. The good china was somehow scattered from the kitchen counter to the living room floor. A weak groan emerged from beneath the mahogany table. "I'm not dead," came Ruth's muffled voice. "But I wish I were. Why does everything hurt? And why does my mouth taste like dry erase marker?" Mona peered under the table to find Ruth sprawled on her back, squinting up at them with the expression of someone who had stared too long into the abyss of unsolved mysteries. Her orange, burnt sienna scarf was wrapped around her head like a turban, and she appeared to have used her iPad as a pillow, which explained the keyboard marks pressing into her cheek. "Because you were chewing on the marker caps around 3 a.m., Ida informed her cheerfully, now sitting up properly and picking pastry crumbs out of her hair. "You kept saying it helped you think." The bathroom door opened with its familiar squeak, and Helen emerged, looking like she'd just stepped out of a spa. Her silver hair was perfectly styled, her clothes unwrinkled, and she carried the subtle scent of the lavender hand soap Mona kept for guests. "Good morning, ladies," Helen said brightly, settling into her chair as if finding 3 friends unconscious in various states of investigation-induced stupor was perfectly normal. "Lovely morning, isn't it? I see you all had quite a productive evening." The other 3 stared at her in various degrees of dishevelment and disbelief. "How?" Mona managed, trying to smooth down her hair, which had apparently achieved the structural integrity of a bird's nest. "How do you look so human?" Helen smiled serenely. "I went to bed at a reasonable hour. You 3 were still arguing about probability matrices and pumpkin transportation logistics when I excused myself around midnight." "Traitor," Ruth grumbled, finally crawling out from under the table. She sat up slowly, looking around at the chaos. "We swore we'd solve this together. All for one, and one for all night." "And did you?" Helen asked mildly, settling at the table and surveying their whiteboard masterpiece. "Solve it, I mean." The question hung in the air like the lingering smell of too much coffee and late-night desperation. Ida suddenly straightened, her eyes lighting up with the fervor of someone who'd had a mathematical revelation. "Wait, I've got it." She jumped to her feet, sending pastry crumbs cascading to the floor. "We should treat this like a math problem." The room fell silent, except for the persistent chirping of the alarm clock. "The suspects," Ida continued, gesturing wildly at the whiteboard, "they all add up to 0. Everyone stared at her in the kind of silence usually reserved for profound moments or complete mental breakdowns. Ruth, finally, broke the quiet, waving her hand in a continue gesture, while still squinting from her position on the floor. "And?" Ida's triumphant expression slowly deflated, like a punctured balloon. She looked at the whiteboard, then at her friends, then back at the whiteboard. "And nothing," she admitted. "I don't actually know what that means." All 4 ladies turned to stare at the whiteboard, where their night of frenzied investigation had produced what could generously be described as organized chaos. Names were crossed out, rewritten, circled, and connected with lines that formed patterns resembling either a complex mathematical proof or the work of someone who'd inhaled too many marker fumes. Mona's mind began to race, the caffeine-fogged gears slowly turning as she studied their work. Something was there, just out of reach, like a word on the tip of her tongue or a melody she couldn't quite place. "Wait," she said slowly, the marker still clutched in her hand. "We saw Gertie's pumpkin still on the vine. It was the largest by far in her field, and could grow even larger, she said," Ruth cut in, finally hauling herself up from the floor and brushing off her clothes. "Exactly." Mona pointed the marker at Gertrude's name on the board. "The point is, we'd know if she tried to submit Brenda's pumpkin, since she'd have 2 big pumpkins in her possession. And since we haven't found any smashed pumpkin bits anywhere," Ida added, picking the last of the apple turnover glaze from her hair, "we should assume that thing is still around somewhere, intact." Helen straightened in her chair and pointed to another name on their chaotic evidence board. "What about Doris? Unless she used Brenda's prize pumpkin to bake all those pumpkin goods she had." Ruth nodded vigorously, then immediately regretted it as her hangover-like symptoms kicked in. "She could have been lying to us about that. And remember, she borrowed her nephew's car because it was black and good for surveillance, or so she claimed." "Maybe that wasn't the reason at all," Mona said, her marker hovering over Doris's name. "Maybe she was hiding her car because it had a giant pumpkin in it. Or it got damaged from carrying the pumpkin," Ruth added. "She only has that little Volkswagen Beetle. Can a small car even handle a pumpkin that size?" Ruth wondered aloud. "How big would that pumpkin actually be?" Helen asked practically. Ida's eyes lit up with the same fervor she usually reserved for bingo probability calculations. "I can calculate that." She jumped up and grabbed a small, decorative pumpkin from Mona's fall display on the kitchen counter. "Let's weigh this one and measure the circumference. Then we can extrapolate out to what a 520-pound one would be." 10 minutes later, after commandeering Mona's kitchen scale and a measuring tape, Ida had covered half the whiteboard with mathematical calculations that would have impressed a physics professor. "According to my computations," she announced with scientific authority, "a 520-pound pumpkin would be approximately 4 feet in diameter. There's no way that would fit in Doris's little Beetle, not without some serious structural damage to the vehicle." "What about the Knowles?" Mona mused, studying their names on the board. "There's something funny there. It would have been so easy for them to steal it. They could have just rolled it right down the hill from Brenda's field." "And Ivy had those charms," Ruth added, squinting at their notes. "Maybe the one in Brenda's barn was actually from her and not Laura." "Speaking of Laura," Mona said, circling back to their environmental activist, "she admitted to being in the barn to steal the pesticides last week, but claimed she never saw the pumpkin." Mona stood back from the whiteboard, studying their chaotic investigation web with the intensity of someone trying to solve a jigsaw puzzle in the dark. She tilted her head to the right, squinting at the connections between suspects and clues. Then she tilted it to the left, as if a different angle might reveal the pattern they'd been missing. Finally, she straightened her head and stared directly at the board. Then she spun around to look at the others. "We've been thinking about this the wrong way." Her gaze shifted to the clock on her mantel, and her face went pale. Mona's phone rang, cutting off her declaration. Brenda's name appeared on the screen, and all 4 ladies froze. "Oh, no," Helen whispered. "It's starting." "Brenda?" Mona answered, putting it on speaker with trembling fingers. "Mona!" Brenda's voice was high-pitched with panic. "Where are you? The judging starts in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, and I have nothing to show them." The four ladies stared at each other in horror. Ruth mouthed, 30 minutes, while Ida frantically started shoving papers into her purse. "I'm standing here at the fairgrounds watching everyone else wheel in their entries," Brenda continued, her voice cracking. "Gertrude Hartwell just arrived with a pumpkin that looks enormous, and people keep asking me where mine is. I can't keep making excuses. Will you ladies be here to support my claim that it was stolen? Please tell me you'll be here." Mona looked around at her three friends, all of them disheveled from their all-night investigation, Ruth still wearing yesterday's clothes, Ida's hair sticking up at odd angles. They looked as exhausted and stumped as she felt. But then something shifted in Mona's expression, a spark of certainty that hadn't been there moments before. "Yes, Brenda," Mona said firmly. "We'll be there, and I know exactly what I'm going to say." "You do?" Brenda's voice filled with desperate hope. "But what? Who stole it? Did you figure it out?" Ruth, Helen, and Ida all stared at Mona with expressions of surprise and hope. "Who is it?" Brenda pressed urgently. "Who stole my pumpkin?" Mona smiled, and there was something almost mysterious in her expression. "Let's just say I'm going to let that be a surprise." Chapter 20. The pumpkin contest tent was full of eager spectators. At the front were Gertrude and two other contestants with their giant pumpkins, the judge holding the red ribbon he had just pinned on Sally Dinsmore's entry. Gertrude was beaming with anticipation as Mona and the others slipped into the tent. Ruth whispered to Mona, "Why won't you tell us what you found?" "Shh! I need to gather my thoughts," Mona replied quietly. Just as the judge was announcing the winner, Brenda shot up from her seat. Wait, she called out. "I have something to say. Gertrude isn't really the winner, you see. I have a bigger pumpkin, but mine was stolen." A grumble rippled through the crowd. Someone shouted out, "Doesn't count." Gertrude nodded vigorously. "Yeah, doesn't count. Mine is here." "But it's not fair," Brenda protested. "Even Mona can vouch for me, can't you?" Brenda gestured toward Mona, who stood up, commanding the attention of the audience. "Well, Brenda, I do know what happened," Mona said calmly. "See?" Brenda said, nodding smugly. Mona added, "But I'm not sure you're going to like it," as she made her way to the front of the tent. The crowd fell silent, all eyes fixed on Mona as she took her position near the judges' table. She cleared her throat and began. "Brenda hired us to find her prize-winning pumpkin that she claimed was stolen. She even gave us a suspect to start with, Gertrude, since she was her rival to win." Mona turned to Brenda with a measured look. "But that might have been a mistake." Brenda's confident expression began to waver slightly. "You told us the pumpkin was in your barn," Mona continued, her voice carrying clearly through the tent. "Gertrude would have had to use a tractor to haul it away, so we inspected the tire tracks." She paused dramatically, letting the tension build. "Gertrude's tractor did not match." The crowd murmured with growing interest. Gertrude looked vindicated but puzzled. "Neither did the Knowles." Gasps erupted from various corners of the tent, and Mona raised her hand for quiet. "Yes, I had to suspect them because they're next door to Brenda, and there's an ongoing dispute over Brenda's use of pesticides, since the Knowles farm is certified organic." Tom Knowles shifted uncomfortably in his seat. But why would that make me steal a pumpkin?
Mona shrugged slightly. Spite, perhaps. Neighbor disputes can escalate in unexpected ways.
I would never stoop to theft, Tom said firmly, his voice carrying a note of wounded dignity.
We know that now, Mona acknowledged. Your tractor tires didn't match the tracks either. However, she paused again, scanning the crowd. We did find something interesting in Brenda's barn. A charm, one of those delicate silver pieces that Ivy makes. More gasps rippled through the crowd like a wave. Several people turned to look at Ivy, who was sitting near the back, her face pale with shock. Don't worry, Ivy, Mona said gently. The charm didn't belong to you.
She turned deliberately to face the other side of the tent.
It belonged to Laura Henderson.
The gasping intensified. Laura Henderson stood up abruptly, her chair scraping against the ground.
Now, wait just a minute.
Laura, Brenda exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger. You stole my pumpkin. Mona shook her head slowly.
No, Brenda. Laura didn't steal your pumpkin.
The tent fell silent again, the contradiction hanging in the air.
But she was in your barn, Mona continued. Not to steal a pumpkin, though. She was there to steal something else entirely, some of your pesticide-laden fertilizer.
Brenda's forehead wrinkled in genuine confusion. What? Why would she want that?
She wanted to get rid of it. Dispose of it properly, so it wouldn't contaminate the earth and water.
That's expensive, Brenda yelled. You owe me for that. Mona cut in before the argument could escalate.
The funny thing is, Laura didn't see any giant pumpkin in your barn when she was there.
Well, it must have already been stolen by then, Brenda insisted. But there was a note of desperation creeping into her voice. Mona shook her head slowly, her expression thoughtful.
I don't think so, Brenda. Laura was there when you were at the bean supper on Saturday night. You said the pumpkin was stolen on Sunday night.
The crowd sensed something building, a revelation approaching. The tent was so quiet you could hear the autumn wind rustling the canvas walls. Brenda was starting to get indignant now, her voice rising.
What do you mean? Of course it was stolen. Why else would I hire you?
Mona looked directly at her, and when she spoke her voice was gentle but inexorable.
There's one thing that bothered me from the very beginning of this case.
She paused, letting the words settle.
When we visited Gertrude yesterday, she was more than happy to show us her prize-winning pumpkin. Do you remember what she told us about it?
Gertrude nodded eagerly.
I said it was still on the vine because it would continue to grow right up until contest day.
Exactly, Mona said. Still on the vine, still growing, which is what any serious pumpkin competitor would do, keep that pumpkin growing until the very last possible moment. The logic was starting to dawn on several faces in the crowd. Ruth leaned forward in her seat, her eyes bright with understanding.
Which makes me wonder, Mona continued, her voice gaining strength, why in the world would you cut yours off the vine and put it in the barn? Wouldn't you want it to continue growing?
Brenda's face went pale. She looked around the tent, as if searching for an escape route. I didn't want anyone to steal it. The crowd shifted restlessly in their seats, sensing the weakness in her explanation.
But, Brenda, Mona said softly, cutting it off the vine would stop it from growing entirely. Meanwhile, Gertrude's pumpkin would keep getting bigger and bigger day by day. You'd be guaranteeing that you'd lose."
The silence stretched out uncomfortably. Brenda opened her mouth, then closed it again.
"And then I remembered something Doris mentioned."
Mona's voice was almost conversational now, but every person in that tent was hanging on her words.
"She said something very interesting about your nature, Brenda. She said you would rather invent something than lose a contest."
Brenda's shoulders began to sag. "You're incredibly competitive, everyone knows that. You've won the pumpkin contest for years. The thought of losing to Gertrude must have been unbearable." Mona's voice remained gentle, almost sympathetic.
"So you came up with a plan. If you couldn't win legitimately, you'd find another way. Create a mystery, hire investigators, make yourself the victim instead of the loser."
The crowd was completely silent now, absorbing the implications. Mona took a step closer to Brenda.
"You never had a giant pumpkin at all, did you, Brenda? There was nothing to steal, because there was nothing there to begin with."
Brenda looked down at the ground, her hands trembling. The tent was so quiet that her shaky breathing seemed loud. Finally she looked up, tears welling in her eyes. I just couldn't bear to lose. I thought if I hired you, it would make it all seem more legitimate." Gertrude's triumphant expression immediately softened.
"Oh, Brenda."
"It's in my nature," Brenda continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "I can't stand not being the best at something. When I saw how big Gertrude's pumpkin was getting and I knew mine wasn't going to measure up, I panicked. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry." The crowd stirred with a mixture of disappointment and sympathy. Judge Patterson cleared his throat awkwardly. Gertrude walked over to Brenda and gently placed a hand on her shoulder.
"Aw, I'm sorry this happened, Brenda. Competition brings out the worst in all of us sometimes. I'm sure you'll beat me fair and square next year."
"You're too kind," Brenda sniffled. "I don't deserve it."
"Everyone makes mistakes," Gertrude said warmly. "What matters is learning from them."
As the crowd began to disperse, buzzing with conversation about the dramatic revelation, Mona walked back toward her friends with a satisfied smile. Ida was beaming. "Mona, that was absolutely brilliant detective work." Ruth grabbed Mona's hand and squeezed it. "The way you laid out all the evidence step by step, it was like watching a master at work." Helen nodded enthusiastically. "I knew something was fishy about that whole story from the beginning, but I never would have figured out what really happened."
"Team effort,"
Mona said modestly, but she was grinning. Ruth threw her arm around Mona's shoulders.
"You know what this calls for?"
"What?" Ida and Helen asked in unison.
"A celebration at the Cup and Cake," Ruth announced.
All four women high-fived in succession, first Mona and Ruth, then Ida joining in, then Helen completing the circle. "Another case closed," Helen said with satisfaction.
"And we still have never lost one," Ida added triumphantly.
"Not even close," Ruth laughed. "Though I have to admit, this one had me scratching my head for a while." As they walked toward the exit of the tent, arm in arm, Mona looked back once at Brenda, who was being comforted by several other townspeople. Even Gertrude was still there, offering kind words.
"You know," Mona said thoughtfully, "I almost feel sorry for her."
She did try to deceive us," Helen pointed out.
True, but think about the pressure she must have felt. 3 years of winning and then facing the possibility of losing.
Mona shook her head.
Competition can make people do strange things.
"Well, at least now she can start fresh next year," Ida said. "Maybe she'll actually grow a real giant pumpkin."
Or maybe she'll discover she's good at something else entirely, Ruth suggested. Sometimes losing teaches us more than winning ever could.
Another case closed, another mystery solved, and the undefeated streak of Mona's little detective club remained unbroken. Chapter 21. The familiar warmth of the cup and cake wrapped around them as they stepped inside, still buzzing from the festival. The cafe was nearly empty, the air sweet with coffee and sugar. "Corner table," Ruth declared, steering them to their usual spot. "Detectives need proper headquarters." Lexi came over with the coffee pot, smirking. "Well, you ladies look mighty pleased with yourselves. What's going on? Did you finally solve that pumpkin case?"
"We did," Ida said proudly, dropping her enormous purse on the table with a thud.
Lexi poured coffee, eyes dancing. "Don't keep me in suspense. Spill." "Brenda never had a giant pumpkin," Ruth said, reaching straight for a scone. "The whole theft was a story she made up because she couldn't stand to lose to Gertrude." Lexi let out a low whistle. "No kidding. So she hired you to investigate a pumpkin that never existed?"
"That's about the size of it," Mona said, stirring cream into her coffee.
"Pride does strange things," Helen added gently. Before Lexi could respond, the cafe door chimed. Jack walked in. He grinned when he saw them. "There's my troublemakers. I hear you caused quite the scene at the festival."
"We solved the case," Ida announced, sitting straighter.
Jack looked puzzled. "Case? What case?"
"The missing pumpkin,"
Ruth said casually, as if that explained everything. Jack blinked. "Pumpkin?"
"Exactly," Ida said, jabbing her finger in the air. "That's why Brenda never called in a police report, because there was no real crime to report."
Jack chuckled, pulling up a chair. "Well then, who needs the police when we've got the Brook Ridge Falls Ladies Detective Agency solving all our crimes?" The four women beamed at each other. "To the Ladies Detective Agency," Ruth declared, raising her cup.
"To good friends," Mona added warmly.
"To snacks and science," Ida said, patting her purse full of evidence. "To never letting a mystery go unsolved," Helen finished. Their cups clinked together, the sound ringing cheerfully through the cozy cafe. Jack just shook his head with fond exasperation. "You're all going to give me gray hair," he muttered.
"Too late," Ida said sweetly. "You already have some."
Their laughter rose again, filling the cafe. Outside, Main Street glowed in the golden light of late afternoon. Inside, with coffee, pastries, and a mystery wrapped up, the Ladies' Detective Agency was already half joking about the next case. And in Brook Ridge Falls, there was always a next case. This has been Pumpkin Patch Peril, Brook Ridge Falls Ladies' Detective Club, Book 1. Written by Leighann Dobbs. Narrated by Hollis McCarthy. Copyright 2025 by Leighann Dobbs. Production copyright 2025 by Leighann Dobbs. Edited by Sean Toole.